First. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, how was that one? Oh, yeah, the 25 second. All right, we'll do the next one here. Sorry. All right, go again.
Check, check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What? So I keep losing ya.
Wrestling.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Hayward, Northwood, where we are beginning the postseason. The road to WIAA state begins today. I'm Teague Fenwick of the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast, powered by WI Wrestle. Joining alongside me is my commentary pal, Mr. John Mackey.
How we doing, folks?
And John, a great day as we're getting started with some pretty good action already on mat number 2 between Marshfield's John Sternweiss and New Richmond's Eden Henning, both in the rankings.
Yeah, right now, Teague coming in Sternweiss for Marshfield, ranked number 8 in the state at 106 pounds, and Henning ranked number 7. It looks like Sternweiss actually has a cradle locked up early, Teague. He's looking for an early fall in this battle of ranked wrestlers here. Henning doing a real nice job back bridging, keeping that left shoulder up off the mat, but Sternweiss, real nice job, and he does secure the fall. So in our battle of ranked wrestlers here early on at the regional up in Hayward, John Sternweiss picking up the early fall.
Yeah, big win for the young Tiger as we got to see him wrestled at Sparta, John, in person for the first time and had a pretty good record, but once you really got a good look at his wrestling, just another come up from that Marshfield youth program that just seems to keep sending hammers. Marshfield, in terms of that team race today, John, seems to be the projected front runners on paper, but I think there could be a pretty good battle for second as well. I know we got some Menomonie boys right next to us that are probably looking to take that first place spot, but John, I'm really excited for the battle between Menomonie and Hudson to see who can make it to a team sectionals.
Yeah, really a 3-horse race today, I think, Teague, between those 3 teams. Going to be fun.
And folks, just a little rundown on the regionals. We have 8 teams participating here today. We have Marshfield, Menomonie, Hudson, as we mentioned already. Hayward, Northwood, of course, the hosts. Chippewa Falls, Superior is here. New Richmond, and River Falls as well. We are going to be going a little red zone style with the coverage. We just have camera for 1 mat. Don't know if we can zoom out to 2 mats here in the beautiful Hayward gym facility. So we'll keep the action on 1. We'll try to stick with close matches with big team implications, a la Menomonie and Hudson. And John, actually going to be starting off with a big milestone today. Let me check the 145 bracket. We'll actually be in the first round. We have Mr. Hoyt Laskowski of Marshfield, who will be looking for not his 100th win, but his 100th pin of his career.
Yeah, definitely fantastic, Teague. So for those looking to see a pretty crazy milestone happen for a really awesome young wrestler, tune into 145 for Blaskowski later on here this morning.
Right now on mat number 2, we have Eric Fish of Hayward and Northwood. 13-13 freshman taking on Austin Schmidkens of Hudson. 2-2 matchup with 1:13 left in the first period. And this is the fun part about team races now, John. I mean, individually, top 4 individuals make it out of sectionals. So winning this first round match, guaranteeing yourself top 5, and also having that potential automatic win at the end if you end up in that 4th place match with the person you beat is huge. But team points wise, getting guaranteed top 5 helps you as well.
Yeah, round 1 being super critical, just advancement, and then getting yourself in a good spot for the rest of the day, can help your team to get a lot of momentum, especially if we're advancing, a good chunk of that lineup on to round 2. So it should be a fun day, and we'll see what the scoring looks like as we, progress through the first round matchups here.
And another fun part of that aspect too with the team race, right now I'm sure there's a lot of Marshfield or Menomonie fans that are currently fans of Mr. Eric Fish from Hayward Northwood, looking for him to get a win over the Hudson wrestlers. We are still knotted up 2-2 in the first period. Menomonie sneaking in after they started off the year, lost to Hudson on criteria. I think it went to the 8th or 9th criteria, and just didn't seem to go away as they snuck their way into the top 10 in the rankings. Hudson, I believe, ranked 7th, and Marshfield coming off of a team semifinal finish last year at the state tournament. I believe they are ranked 4th at the moment.
Yeah, ranked teams coming in according to our Rockfin rankings, right? Marshfield number 4, Hudson is number 6, and Menomonie number 10, Teague. So yeah, 2 of those teams being Big Rivers Conference rivals, so it should be fun to see them kind of battle it out today at the region.
Still on, have a 2-2 match there. Off-screen action real quick. Connor Brune of Chippewa Falls up 4-1 of John Whitwam of Menomonie over on mat number 1. Mat number 3, Easton Ledden of Marshfield, the 25-15 freshman. He's beating Fjordy Johnson, the 19-21 senior out of Superior. That's a 7-0 match. So, John, we'll stay tuned in on this 2-2 match right now. In terms of the team race, John, folks, if you've been a fan of wrestling for a while, you're wondering why we're talking about these top 2 teams advancing. Well, the WIAA making the change last year for Division 1. There's 4 teams that get to wrestle at Team Sectionals now, and potentially dangerous call there is almost looks like Eric Fish is made out of rubber the way he was able to just scramble around in that situation. But the top 2 teams now make it out of each regional, and it's really nice because I think you saw a few cases last year where teams that could have been competing for a team state title didn't even get a chance to prove that in the dual format, and this gives a lot more teams those opportunities.
Yeah, Teague. I definitely do like the change from the Coaches Association and the WIAA. Just giving those teams that might, like you said, be better in a dual meet format, but just weren't able to squeak by the #1 team in the region. This gives them that chance to actually get into what would be the state tournament format for the teams, and I think that's pretty cool. Really get to see the best of both worlds. So,
folks, we'll be keeping tabs also on the other regional down in Holman. That's where we'll find the other two, get our other two team sectional competitors. Right now, Holman and West Salem Bangor in the lead in the early goings of that regional tournament. You might not be able to see, they don't show the brackets, I believe, until 10:30 or 11, until after all the wrestling has started, on-track wrestling. The case special in this situation, John, is that you don't want a situation where a guy maybe makes a last-minute decision to change weights based on the competition they see.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with it. I understand the waiting period, for the fans, what's another extra 30 minutes? But yeah, we still got a 2-2 matchup here with Fish and
Schmidt. That would be Schmidkuns.
Schmidkuns. That's a tough one, Teague. That might be a tough name of the day for the sophomore from Hudson. But yeah, Fish from Hayward doing a good job on the ride as we're getting to a bit of a scramble situation here with Fish still in the top position, about a minute and 3 seconds to go in the second period.
Over on mat number 3, might tune in on that one, depending on how this match rolls out. Big reversal by Schmidkuns. He goes up 4-2. John, we have Hudson's Noah Moltzen, who's currently up 2-0 on Marshfield's Jace Kellenhofer. Moltzen a 33-11 junior, Kellenhofer a 20-16 junior. That's on mat 3. Might tune in over there right now. Currently near the end of the second period here on mat number 2.
Yeah, and Teague, Noah Moltzen coming in ranked number 10 in the state right now at 126 pounds and looking to get a turn here over on mat number 3 and possibly the fall. Super beautiful barbed wire, and he will put him away. So Noah Moltzen with a pinfall for the Hudson Raiders to start off his day.
Well, hey, that's another thing, not just wins, but if you get majors, techs, and pinfalls, that gives you extra activity points for your team score as well.
Yeah, and speaking of bonus points, Teague, we have Kellen Ari coming up over here, the returning state runner-up from Menomonie on mat number 3.
He's usually a pretty good bet to get some bonus points for his team as we're heading into the third, 4-3 right now. Maybe we'll get a first look at last year's state runner-up at 1-32. Ari taking on Keenan Landwehr of Marshfield. And talk about bonus points, John. Ari also looking to capture the Quick Pin of the Day award.
Yeah, we're only 11 seconds in, Teague, and we're looking for the fall to get off the mat quick.
And there it is. The pin in 19 seconds by Ari. Improves his record to a 31-2 with that. And got a 6-3 match now, John, on mat number 2.
Yeah, it looks like Schmidkins was in on a shot here, but now Fish doing a real good job of, was trying to defend, but Schmidkins diving in on the shot a second time. Possibly looking to go answer and capitalize in the scramble position.
Yeah, if you're Fish, you're looking for 2 potential takedowns to knot things up here, or move to Schmidkuns back. But right now, this is a good position for the Hudson sophomore as, even if you just kill time in this situation, eventually gets to the point where the clock is not Fish's friend.
Yeah, if I'm Fish right now, we've got to start looking to score, especially being neutral. Get within a point here, get the takedown, and then you're just right back in the match looking to really score.
In on an outside single right away again. Good shot defense there by Schmidkuns.
Oh, and it's looking like Schmidkins will pick up the fall on mat 2. So in the case of a contentious team race here, the Hudson wrestler picking up a big bit of bonus points.
Oh, wait.
Got a close matchup over here on mat 1, so we'll kind of turn your attention over that way for a moment. But we've got still 0-0 currently on mat 1, just between Noah Christensen and Andy Eilertson of Hudson. With about 16 seconds to go here, and we see a shot from the Hayward wrestler looking to capitalize at the end of this period, and that'll be 2. Some really great last period scoring, especially in the case of just match strategy. Going to want to get the ride out, possibly go out of bounds here, and he does. So going 2-0 right now to start second period, and it's looking like choice was deferred to Hudson. He's going to elect to go down. So if I'm Andy Eilertson, got to get the quick escape, get back in this match, and then start getting some control. And Christensen doing a real nice job on this ride right away, just going 2-on-1 wrists from the top, maybe looking to go a tilt, but ultimately just doing a real good job of getting a ride out about 20 seconds into this period.
And John, what's the action we got going on the mat right now?
We got I was just mentioning to the fans, Teague, just a close matchup on mat number 1 between Eilertson of Hudson and Christensen of Hayward. Christensen with a nice cradle right now. But the Hudson wrestler doing a real great job just keeping unexposed here. Oh, and he rolls it through actually and gets back to a really nice spot. Gives up the near fall, but we're still fighting.
Hayward Northwood, a pretty good young program on the rise as Kurt Gerber coaching for the Hurricanes. Done a great job with this program the last few years, just first building numbers, John. Now that we see the numbers built, I think you see all those kids in the room kind of building that positive momentum and talent off of each other.
Yeah, Teague, I agree. I think that's where teams really start to get good, is just getting better practice partners in the room. Just as a collective, the more deep of a team you got, the better your practices are going to be, the better the duels will be. Better you are in tournaments, overall just a better team at the end of the day, and that's what Kurt's done a really nice job of here up in Hayward.
John, right now on mat number 2, that is Menomonie's Colin Wolf, who has Trey Becker of Chippewa Falls in a cradle at the edge of the mat. It's like he didn't get enough swipes though, as he'll head into the second period up 2-0. This one, just looking at it record-wise, at 126, Wolf the 5 seed, Becker the 4 seed. It just really goes to show how deep the wrestling is in this part of the state, as you have a couple of guys with basically they're going 2-1 consistently throughout the year, over 650 records. They're going at it here in the first round.
Yeah, definitely love it. Big battle of Big Rivers Conference teams here. Obviously, we've got Hayward and Superior from the northern part of the state, and then Marshfield that comes on over for the region as well. But a lot of teams from the Big Rivers here today. So going to see some hopefully some conference rivalry matchups, and it'll make it a fun day of wrestling for sure.
Off screen on mat number 3. Looks like it is Luke Pember of Menomonie, 13-5 freshman. He's up 10-1 on Vinny Costabillo of River Falls at the moment.
Yeah, and Colin Wolf of Menomonie, the senior, on mat 2 right now, currently leading 6-1 over Trey Becker of Chippewa Falls, the 19-9 junior. Wolf doing a nice job just keeping the pace up on top, looking to turn, and Becker has just been glued to the mat for the whole duration of the second period, Teague.
A nice ride by Wolf as he looks to go to work on his feet, and maybe, John, we're seeing the strategy now. Are they
back in on it?
Are they starting to think about looking for a major here to pick up an extra point?
No, I like it. I'm loving the tenacity from Wolf, looking to go bonus here, especially with 3 teams in this race, in this early round, getting all the bonus you can against so a little bit more lopsided matchups just based on the seedings. You have to take advantage of some of those.
So now 10-3 in favor of Wolf as he rides at the edge of the mat. We'll keep tabs here on the dashboard. As Christensen up 8-0 now on Eilertson over on mat number 1 and 132. Looks like we're starting to sneak into another 138-pound match as Pembroke looking for either a cradle for the pin or getting pretty close to a tech here as well.
And Costabio, real good fight there, but Pembroke again getting back to work on top. Just looking to go a snowplow cradle now. Jumping up top, going crossface cradle. And Costabio doing a real nice job just squaring his hips, sliding back. Maybe it's looking to get one escape here. And possibly even 2 takedown to get back into this match, being down 15-2 early or real late in this second period.
Yeah, we actually get to see winner of this one will face the winner of the next match between Mr. Brett Franklin of Marshfield and Noah Zanin of New Richmond. We'll keep the action here on mat number 3 as we'll get our first look at Franklin. State qualifier a couple years ago, really a crucial part of this Tigers team that has made it to state the last couple of years. Do you want to share your rankings, Doc? As we do have a final result, mat number 1, Noah Christensen did pick up the 11-0 win over Eilertson of Hudson. Once we get done with 145, John, we'll do a little quick team score update here, just to keep things interesting for the fans watching at home. But looks like we're heading into the third period. It's 15-4 now in favor of Pembroke. So, John, I just want to bring up the team score right now. The Hurricanes having a pretty solid first round as they're currently in the early team lead with 43 points. We might see with Hudson, Menomonie, and Marshfield, if you have a lot of 1 or 2 seeds in your bracket, you don't get any points yet. But if those seeds then win their semifinal round, they're basically getting double points there. So you see a big point shift after the semifinals. But right now, if you're a Hayward Northwood fan, you got to be loving all the action that you're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, the home fans got to be loving it. Seeing their home team doing well early in this first round at the region. But as you said, Teague, yeah, a lot of those teams with higher seeded wrestlers with potential buys, they won't officially slide those points until after a win in that semifinal round, given that they do pick up a win.
Over on mat number 1, John, Mr. Connor Krieger of Superior got a pin. Krieger's now 42-3 on the year. And state qualifier, I believe a 2-time state qualifier for the Spartans. Remember, folks, top 4 wrestlers in each individual bracket will make it to sectionals today. A crucial first round as it clinches you a top 5 spot. If you win your first 2 matches of the day, you punch your ticket to sectionals next week. But just easy for me to say up here like that. A lot of grinding that you have to do on the mat in general. As John, it looked like Luke Pembroke was going to get a tech ball for a moment, but how about Vinny Costabio just grinding his way out the finish of this match?
Costabio doing a good job just trying to get any points back, especially he was down 15-2 at one point, a whole 13 points, and has slimmed this margin down at one point, what was to just 10, and really just forcing the affair to try to get back into the match.
As we are going to end the third period there. Luke Pembroke Menomonie will be advancing to the semifinals. Who will he be facing? We will find out for you in just a few moments as Brett Franklin for Marshfield will be taking the mat. John, we do have to keep tabs on as we're getting close to 145. Mr. Hoyt Blaskowski coming up, as we said before, looking for his 100th pinfall.
Yeah, you bet. So stay tuned. This one will be exciting coming up here for Blaz as he's, again, looking to pass that really cool milestone of 100 pins.
We'll get our first look at Mr. Brett Franklin today. We're here on mat 3. John, I believe we have, is it the Tigers versus the Tigers right now?
Yep, we've got New Richmond and Marshfield over here on mat number 3, Teague. Like you had been saying, we got Brett Franklin, returning couple times state qualifier, taking on Noah Zanin, the freshman, 11-11 from New Richmond. But Franklin just too long and skilled early on in this going, and is a nice squealer cradle locked up here, looking to get the fall.
John, you talk about, it seems Marshfield just wrestles mean. Seems like they always wrestle with a chip on their shoulder, but Mr. Franklin, especially last year, finishing behind Gabe Ramos of Wausau West and Cale Roth of Stevens Point. Just absolute beast of a sectional bracket, not making a return trip to state. You got to think coming into the postseason, he's got a little extra fire under his belt.
Yeah, and props to the New Richmond wrestler here, just fighting off a real tight cradle. But Franklin, again, just getting back in on it, looking to force the affair, lock another one up.
Well, John, it's always fun to see it. These guys who lose in the first round, if you win 3 matches in a row, you can still come back and place 4th, and you see that happen in a few brackets.
Yeah, especially I think back to like that 106-pound matchup that we saw with Sternweiss, Teague, and the other wrestler from New Richmond, Henning. Like one of those guys, the loser of that match will have to win 3 back to get 4th place. So the hard work for the day will have to be done, but we've seen it done, Teague.
Well, John, it looks like the track wrestling assignment doing the work for us here, as we will stay here on mat number 3. We have Franklin's teammate, Mr. Hoyt Blaskowski, the 38-3 senior. He's wrestling Memphis Domain from Hayward, Northwood, a sophomore. Blaskowski looking for his 100th career pin right now. And, man, what a fun wrestler. What a pleasure it's been to watch him. So he gets the quick takedown.
Looking to go an assassin right away, I think, Teague. Going to a cradle now, though. Wasting no time whatsoever getting to some offense. Oh, and he forced that assassin over, and I think this is tight, Teague, and that'll do it.
And Blaskowski, just one of the most dangerous wrestlers to see on a mat. You don't see many people in the state that force their way into the ties that they want better than Blaskowski. And congratulations to Mr. Blaskowski picking up his 100th pin.
Yeah, pretty sick, Teague. That was awesome.
John, I know we on our Wisconsin Wrestler social media posts, we do post about guys who pick up their 100th career victories, which that definitely, with the number of matches that's changed, but getting 100 wins in a career, that's still, a good accomplishment to be proud of, to think that he's done that in pinning form 100 times.
Just so much bonus over 4 years of wrestling. I love to see it.
Now we're going to head back over to mat number 2, as we have Mr. Jonas Longsdorff from River Falls, who's up 10-0 on it. Chase Frederick of Chippewa Falls. Longsdorff, the 5 seed. Frederick, the 4 seed. Nice arm bar there by Longsdorff. So we get to the close of the second period. Jonas Longsdorff going to head into the third here in your 132-pound quarterfinals, up 13-0. Folks, I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Like I said, I'm Teague Fenwick alongside John Mackey, and just currently midway through the first round here. First round, John, if seeding does what it's supposed to do, kind of goes by pretty quickly, but you just know things are going to get more intense as the day goes on, as these team scores tighten up. The crowd gets into it. You can almost feel the energy just get lifted as we get into the later rounds.
Yeah, Tegan, just for the folks at home wondering, momentarily here, I'll be a little bit more on the mic. I've been throwing together a real nice document for some cool commentary factoids from the Rockfin site, just based on their rankings, and we'll be able to give some real nice feedback and insight into some of these matchups coming on, especially in the semifinal round.
Right now here on mat number 2, I also like to call John the spreadsheet expert. Hey, congratulations, buddy. It's in the third period, Longsdorff up 13-0. Right now on mat number 1, Xander Neal of Chippewa Falls. Currently up 6-1 on Riley Stelzner of Hudson. Looks like they might be discussing just with the scores table right now what the score of the match should be. Missed what happened over there. That's over on mat number 1 right now. We'll get another look here. Stelzner is up 6-1 on Neal. It's a pretty good lead there for Stelzner, John, as Neal was a sectional qualifier last year for the Cardinals. We'll stay here on mat number 2. I believe we have a new match starting now between River Falls and looks like Chippewa Falls. So, hey, if you're a Chippewa Falls fan, you got plenty of action to keep track of. As over on mat number 3, Jonathan Krager of Falls is up 5-0 on Josh Johnson of Superior. Johnson, a 24-23 senior. Here on mat number 2, you have Colton Maves of River Falls. That's Colin Clary wrestling for Chippewa, 15-14 freshman. John and I, being from Austin, more familiar with Clary as a Southwest Wisconsin name, but it seems like the Clary family has a pretty good spread in the state. It's Clary looking to work for the 2-on-1 at the moment. 40 seconds in to this first period. This is 145-pound quarterfinals that we're looking at right now. The winner of this one will be taking on Mr. Blaskowski. Now midway through the first. Got 7-0 on mat 3, 9-0 on mat 1.
Yeah, so we'll keep the action definitely on mat number 1 or number 2 here, Teague, with this 0-0 matchup underway between Clary and Maves of River Falls. Maves definitely the stockier wrestler, doing a good job staying square out in front of Clary, but Clary really just going to work that 2-on-1 tie and maybe get some offense. A lot of noise from the Hudson section as it looks like Riley Stelzner picked up a pinfall over on mat number 1 in his quarterfinal at 138. So that's more bonus points for the Hudson Raiders here. But turning the attention for those that are still watching at 145 on mat 2, Clary did get the takedown and is looking to possibly get a snowplow cradle. But time is going to expire here, and we're going to go to the coin flip and choice.
And, John, as we get started with the second period action, we have Mr. 100 Pins himself, Marshfield senior Hoyt Blaskowski, joining us real quick. And, Hoyt, when you started your high school wrestling career, obviously I'm sure you had some lofty goals. Was 100 Pins one of the things on the agenda for you?
Initially, yeah. Then COVID year hit, and I knew it was going to be tough, but coaches always having us attack pins in those dual meet situations, so that really helped us, or helped me a lot.
Yeah, we were talking about with Marshfield coach Cody C at the helm. It seems like you guys just wrestle pretty mean whenever you're on the mat. Does the practice room, does that translate over into the practice room? Like, do things get pretty chippy in there?
Once in a while, yeah. But it does. You get mad at your teammates once in a while, but as soon as you're done practicing, we're good. Like, push each other.
And Hoyt, you've had a great individual career so far. You know, we just talked about last year a little bit. I know we've had conversations too. You guys fell just short in the team state semifinals, and then at state, I know you wanted to at least make it to the finals at 138. Do you feel like last year gave you a little chip on your shoulder heading into this year?
Yeah, especially. I know a lot of seniors, they feel that same way, like they fell short of their goals last year.
Well, what are your individual and team goals then as we head into the last few weeks of the wrestling season?
Just keep winning. Keep winning and having fun.
Hey, it looks like a lot of fun is being had right now as Marshfield is second in the team standings. And Hoyt, congratulations again on your 100th pin, and thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you very much.
Now it's Mr. Hoyt Blaskowski as back to the action on the mat. We are on mat number 2, Colin Clary up 3-0 right now on Colton Maves.
Yeah, Teague, I'm just peeking. We also have a slight shakeup in this, about midway through our first round in the team race. Menomonie actually up in the lead now with 49 team points, followed by Marshfield with 46. And Hayward, Northwood still up in that battle with 43 points. So Hudson looking to possibly get back in this team race and get up into the top 2 or 3 here by the end of the first round.
John, I know being an Eau Claire North teacher and a coach, you always have a little interest in the Big Rivers Conference. We got a Big Rivers battle right now between Menomonie and River Falls, as Jacob Range, the 32-6 junior for the Wildcats, is taking on Walker Ferguson of Menomonie. And this is a battle, John, between Menomonie and River Falls that I like to see on the football field as well in the fall. Yeah,
most definitely, Teague. And just midway through this first period, Ferguson from Menomonie gets hit with that stall call, kind of circling to the edge a bit. So for Range, he's got that in his back pocket if it comes to it late in this match and we're close.
A nice takedown there by Range. Yeah, Range, a part of that River Falls team, I believe, made it at least to the quarterfinals of the WIAA football postseason. And, there's always seems to be a good translation from football to on-the-mat success. And always going to have on-the-mat success, too, when you have Mr. Kevin Black at the helm.
Yeah, and one of his teammates right now for River Falls is down 3-0 on Matt Teague. Clary's up leading, like I said, 3-0 over Maves with about 60 or so seconds here in this third period. If I'm Maves, we got to get the quick escape, get a takedown, possibly look to force overtime on Matt too.
Over on mat number 1, off screen right now, folks, if you're reading that correctly, Jacob Anderson of Hudson, who graduated a few years ago, did not re-enroll at Menomonie. That's a new Jacob Anderson, Menomonie freshman who's 18-12. He's up 5-0 on Hudson's Brock Bierke, the 145-pound quarterfinals. So we got 145 on mats 1 and 2. Mat number 3, Range still up 2-0 on Ferguson. We'll check out that 152-pound bracket. Looks like Range is the 2 seed in this one.
I was going to say, too, Teague, we've got just battles of Big Rivers Conference teams on every single mat here. So for any BRC fans watching online, you've got all the action you could have asked for here.
Looks like we got a cradle on mat number 2 as Claire, you still looking to just maybe add a few more points or maybe a pinfall to this match. And gets reversed, makes the score 3-2 on mat number 2.
And that's Maves is just not going to have quite enough time here with as time expires. So he's going to go down 3-2 to Clary at Chippewa Falls, advance into the semifinals. Who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Teague, will be taking on Mr. Blaskowski of Marshfield in the next round.
Correct there, John, as now we have a 6-1 match on mat number 3. Up next here on mat number 2 as we start going full force into our 152-pound action, we'll have James Buckholtz of Hayward, Northwood, a freshman. He's going against Graham Anderson of Hudson. Almost having a mini Hudson-Hayward duel, John, the way things have been shaken out with this first round. So they get the action started there. Buckholtz 18-14 for the Hurricanes. Anderson is 23-12.
Oh, and an awesome headlock from Hayward Teague. Oh, man, if he would have stayed on it. But we're not going to have points at all. Given the continuation from Anderson from Hudson, he's going to, and a beautiful scramble, Teague, from Buckholtz, the freshman from Hayward. Getting right on the bar, and he's going a back roll through, and he might get the pinfall, Teague.
Man, Buckholtz just kind of has that style. Just seems to put himself in these funky situations. Almost gave up the takedown, John, and now with a 2-0 lead. Have a feeling we're going to get plenty more good action in this one here.
Yeah, definitely the unorthodox style of Buckholtz, making him an early crowd favorite in this 152-pound going. Beautiful mat return from Buckholtz as well. And he's looking to go assassin now, and he's doing a real good job, and it's looking like he might get some swipes potentially.
See to roll that head through a little more there. As now Anderson able to grab the leg. We'll see if he can do anything with it. It's almost like this is where Buchholz wants him.
And looks like Anderson might be getting the Peterson roll here. Yeah, he's going to put Buchholz to his back for some swipes.
We don't see a lot of pins in this situation, which means 20 seconds left. I'm hoping this one can go to a second period. Anderson will have a lead after the near fall is assessed.
And it's looking like refs holding 3 here too, Teague. So I believe Anderson's going to go up 5-2 to end this period as we go into the choice.
Both Buchholz certainly an exciting style, but is at a pace that you can keep up for 6 minutes. The only thing with that is wrestling someone like him, you're always one move away from potentially getting pinned.
Yeah, Buchholz putting on a display of some funk for sure, and in a handful of positions. And he's actually going to elect to go neutral, I believe, here to start the second period. I believe we'll have a fresh matchup also taking place on Mat 1 coming up here soon between New Richmond and Superior, another battle of Big River's teams. And a team from the north, I guess, for you football fans.
There's some more excitement here on mat number 2, John, as Buchholz gets a reversal to make it 5-4.
And he's got the leg Turk too, Teague. Oh, and it just slips out. But he does have a bar on the far side, and he's getting swipes, Teague. Buchholz is not out of this one yet.
And I think this is probably one that head coach Chris Hansen for Hudson probably wanted to slate up as a win here in the first round. But Buchholz going to retake the lead, might even end this one early as almost gets the stack there, John.
Yeah, Anderson's doing a good job at just keeping that right shoulder up, tossing and turning from side to side. Ultimately, Buchholz just going to have to settle for 3 near fall. Not quite getting to a spot to get the pin, but diving back in on the assassin again. And he might get the pin, and he does, Teague.
Just staying after it on top. Maybe not the fundamental wrestling that you're used to, John, but just like when you see a lefty pitcher on the mound, sometimes that look just hits you out of nowhere.
Yeah, Buchholz going for home runs all day, man. That was awesome.
How about these Hayward Northwood Hurricanes here in the first round? As up next, we'll have a Hayward Superior matchup.
Yeah, Teague, that pinfall from Buchholz actually put Hayward back up into second place, trailing just behind Menomonie by 5 points. So we'll keep you updated on this team race as big matchups come by or big bonus points are scored from some of these teams.
Well, John, I think going to see Marshfield make a little leap up here as Garrett White, state qualifier for the Tigers, is over on mat 3 looking for a pin. The man knows how to put points on the board and get pins as well as he takes his opponent, that's Chippewa Falls' Sean Harp, to his back. Now new match here on mat number 2. We have Foster Chown of Hayward Northwood going against Isaiah Essen of Superior. Pretty similar record, 17-21. 17-20 here. Result over on mat number 1, Jason Thomas of Superior beat Caleb Klein of New Richmond. So the Spartans get another wrestler in the semifinals. Hey, we got another cradle here on mat number 2.
Good fight from the Hayward wrestler to get off his back. And also for those that were watching, White over on mat 3, he did pick up the pinfall and will advance to the semifinal round. But yeah, Teague, it looks like Essien from Superior up now 4-1. Got a couple quick back points in that cradle. But the escape, but good scrambling from Chown from Hayward.
And, John, just got confirmation. I know we were looking at the banners up top. Didn't see their banner. Maybe it's over on this other side here as the Heart of North, a pretty big conference. Superior is in the Heart of North Conference, as I just learned. So I think a few Heart of North teams, a few big Rivers Conference teams, and then, of course, you have Marshfield from the Wisconsin Valley Conference. As Eschen, I think, almost picking up a couple more near fall, but still gets the takedown to make it 6-1.
Yeah, Essian doing a real nice job of the boots, kind of forcing some quick turns for 2 swipes to get near fall. And we've got another early matchup here on mat number 3 between Eric Crane of New Richmond and Steele Schaefer of Menomonie. Schaefer in on a nice double transition half. Looking to get some near fall.
Oh, must have lost the arm, must have just slipped out there, and Crane almost standing up. Nice job by, Crane got the reversal there. Just a lot of action there on mat number 3.
And we might have a pin over on mat 1, Teague, between Hudson and River Falls. We got Thade Dreer on his back currently against Grant Draveling of Hudson.
Yeah, Draveling, pretty well-known name in the Hudson wrestling community. I think I've seen 3 or 4 Dravelings roll through the Hudson program the last few years. Generally got a 2-2 match with a lot of mat action right now on a mat number 3.
Yeah,
also got to say, Steele Schaefer from Menomonie, definitely might have the second best name here. Got to save the top spot for a certain 220-pounder from Hudson, which we'll talk about later. But, I mean, if you got the name Steele and you got to be pretty decent at wrestling just based off of name intimidation alone.
No, I'm with you, Teague.
As somehow through all that scrambling there on the mat, ends up only being 2-2 there heading into the second period. So,
real good matchup on mat 3 for sure as we roll into the next 2-minute section of this matchup between the BRC wrestlers.
And John, aside from Willia White at at that 1 seed with 38-6, you have Schaefer at 2, 21-16. Thade Dreyer of River Falls, the 3rd seed, 12-10. I know you see 5 guys in there with losing records. Those are kind of some of the more fun brackets where it's just wide open and anyone has a chance to make it to that next Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of who's got some grit and some real, basically common matchups between records, essentially, Teague. So, like you said, the battle to try to qualify and to survive in advance would be really cool to see.
Those are the brackets that almost end up being the game changers at these tournaments. That will be seen today. So, crowd getting pretty hyped up. I think Draveling was looking for a pin on mat number 1. Now gets reversed.
And that might be a fall, Teague.
And the River Falls freshman down 15-3 gets the reversal and the pin. So a huge win there for River Falls as Draveling falls to the backside.
Yeah, big pinfall for the River Falls freshman, Teague, over Grant Draveling of Hudson.
All right, now on mat number 2, we got a 4-2, make it 6-2 match between Anthony Aranda. All right, now 8-3. Aranda 17-22. Sophomore from Hayward, picking up a couple of key takedowns here in the first period. Surla in on another shot, though, trying to shorten the gap here. We'll close out this first period, but, John, pretty good match forming on mat number 3. Is it 6-4 between Schaefer and Crane? Kind of forgot about it after all the excitement on mat number 1.
Yeah, Schaefer leading 6-4 now here as we've got about 15 to go in this second period. Definitely a bit of a strange scramble situation where it almost looks like Crane went to his back slightly and does pick up 2 quick swipes from the wrestler from Menomonie, Schaefer.
So as we head to the second period here on mat number 2, Aranda from Hayward up 10-3. Like John said, Schaefer's up 8-4 here. Closest match that we have right now. Off screen on mat number 1, you have Brady Thompson of Menomonie, who's up 5-0 on Chance Sommer of River Falls.
And that's another takedown on mat 2 for Aranda from Hayward T. He's up now 12-3. Really blew this one into bonus point range, which awesome to see all the point scoring in this early round from all these teams. Especially as we're hitting tournament time, Teague. Everyone's treating it as serious as they can. That's all we expect.
And John, getting a comment here that Superior in the Big Rivers Conference, I think Superior might be one of those cases. They might be in different conferences for different sports, because I believe they are in the Big Rivers for football.
Correct.
And 2 pins in a row as Steele Schaefer gets the win on mat number 3. Aranda picks up the victory on mat number 2.
Yeah, Teague, I think Superior is almost like they're like the step sibling to the BRC. Like in it's for football, and we see them in a lot of other sports, but only for football are they in the BRC conference. So
they're like that cousin that you see for Christmas every year that you welcome. Maybe what the metaphor we got for that one is we got fresh matches starting all around here. It looks like Brady Thompson, just blood time here on mat number 1. But a new action here on mat number 3. You have Ephraim Holmes of Chippewa Falls taking on Dawson Clymer of Hudson. Hudson right now 4th in the team standings, John, but you have Dawson Clymer, who's the 2 seed in the 170 bracket, and then Ethan Winkleman at 182. They looking to close out pretty well at these upper weights.
Yeah, Hudson definitely has 3 just back-to-back wrestlers, all ranked in the state, all looking to just advance and score bonus points. Clymer coming in at number 9 in the state for Hudson, Winkleman coming in at number 5, and Ben Draveling coming in at number 7, followed by Ryan Rambo up at 220 T. You know, you mentioned one of the better names of the tournament.
The originator of Steve's all-name team. Clymer up 4-2 right now.
We got an early stall call here on mat number 2 also, Teague. It's looking like the Superior wrestler going to get dinged in this early going, wrestling Caleb Mielke of River Falls.
Yeah, that's Beckett Selden. Who I believe got called for stalling. Mielke up 2-0 at 182. Want to guess record-wise, it looks like that is the 4-5 matchup there. Winner faces Ethan Winkleman of Hudson, who currently has a bye this round. Folks, just going to try to fix. Looks like there's a slight lean on the camera here. Just so we don't throw Jake and Nate under the bus. Not using the WI Wrestle equipment just yet. Got a nice little 3-year-old camera that gets the job done, but just a few little tweaks in there. So I'll try to stabilize this thing here. We'll have John. John, real quick, I guess, what are some of your favorite brackets today?
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier when I wasn't on the mic as much, I was taking a peek at some of these just ranked wrestlers coming in at each weight class. I would say there's a handful of Teague that are definitely are my favorites, 3 in particular. The first of those being 106 pounds. You can hear the Menomonie fans over here and team to the left of me giving one of their wrestlers some love over on mat 1.
I'm going to guess that's Brady.
But yeah, diving back in, Teague, just some of these matchups at some of these weights that I'm really excited for. 106 is one of the first of those 3 brackets that's just loaded top to bottom. Coming in with Liam Neitzel, number 1 ranked in the state. Number 6, Bailey Casey from Menomonie. Number 7, Eden Henning, who we saw actually get pinned by number 8, John Sternweiss in that first round matchup. So 106 Teague, again, just a really good bracket all around. I think those 4 will more than likely be the 4 coming out for sure.
Well, and John, real quick, the funny thing about that now, if you're Henning, you almost want Sternweiss to win his way through this bracket. Because if you get to that situation, if Henning wrestles his way back to 5th and Sternweiss is in that 4th place slot, it's just an automatic win for Sternweiss.
Yep, exactly. So he'd win by rule.
That's what it was. Trying to think of that. We got a pin over on mat number 3 as the Raiders looking to get back into this team race.
Yeah, Clymer picking up the big pinfall when he was leading 10-2 midway through that second.
John, things might change here as we get now into 182 action. We're getting close to the 195-pounders, but if you had told me at any point in the day that we're 10 weight classes in, Hayward Northwood still with the lead on Marshfield, I think we could see the Marshfield Hammers change that, but what a day right now for Hayward.
Yeah, most definitely. One of the teams that, just looking at even the individuals in here, Teague, not one of the teams I had in my radar in this early round, but as you said, we'll just have to keep an eye on that semifinal round. Really what will dictate the team race going forward, and then if you just include some bonus points, things will really sift and shake out from there on. But outside of 106, too, diving into another weight class that's definitely exciting for today is 138 pounds. Obviously, we'll have Brett Franklin from Marshfield and then Connor Kruger from Superior. Those two will eventually run into each other possibly later on today. And then the last weight class that I had mentioned that I think will be really exciting, Teague, is this 170 with number 4 Owen Griesbach of Marshfield, number 9 Dawson Clymer of Hudson, who we just saw pick up a fall on the other mat just a moment ago, and then Zach Peterson of River Falls, ranked number 11 at the 170-pound weight class. So again, possibly going to see a really nice semifinal matchup out of that weight class.
Yeah, and John, we'll talk more about sectional stuff as we get throughout the day here, but you talk about that potential finals match at 138, and they already both qualified for sectionals at that point. Obviously, when you're wrestling, you're going to leave it all out on the mat regardless, but you especially want to win that one because depending on who's at 138 in the other regional, you don't want to get matched up with that champion in the semifinal next week.
Yeah, Tegan, and speaking of, too, I've kind of talked through some of the brackets that I think will be exciting for the reasons of just ranked wrestlers. I'd also throw in the 285-pound weight class as well. Fun fact, there are no ranked wrestlers in that weight, but there is only one wrestler in that entire weight class that has a losing record, Teague. So the records for 285 coming in are 29-7, 25-16, 29-16, 25-11, 17-17, the lone losing record of 4-6, and then the 2 seed of 29-8. So tons of 20-plus win wrestlers on the brink of 30-plus win wrestlers, Teague, just top to bottom at 285. Again, none of them ranked, so it's really anyone's race at heavyweight.
John, on mat number 3, you have Dominic Lyons of Superior taking on D'Angelo Sardina of Hayward Northwood. And, given Hayward Northwood, you have guys named Fish and Sardina on your team. Given that they're the home of the 142-pound, 142-foot Northern Pike, I just think it's very fitting. You can't write the names any better than that.
I always thought it was a big muskie, Teague. I guess I haven't visited the Fish enough.
They're in the same family. I'll figure out. I'll do a little non-wrestling recon here, but right now, Sardina up 2-0 there on mat number 3. Got 195-pound action on mat number 2 between Helminski of Menomonie and Colby of Marshfield. Mat number 1 looks like Thompson getting past that blood time and now up 12-0 on mat 1. Picks up the tech fall as that match ends there while we get close to the fruition of our 170-pound bracket.
Yeah, some big bonus for the Menomonie team, who's currently out early in front at the region. And we've got a super tight matchup here happening on mat number 2, too, Teague. In this battle between a wrestler from Menomonie and also Marshfield, we are 0-0 in this early going.
John, you are correct. This little fact check. It is a muskie. Makes sense given Hayward's the muskie capital of the world.
Yep, darn right. So for those folks that are looking for a great vacation spot, find yourselves up here, up north in Hayward for the big muskie.
On mat number 2, we still got that 0-0 match up there at 195. We'll stay on this one as could have potential team race implications. Over on mat number 1 at 182, I see a Marshfield Hayward matchup. That's Mason Seidel of Marshfield, Landon Montney of Hayward Northwood. Then on mat number 3, looks like that match ended. You got Marshfield wrestlers all around right now as get into the 220 action. James Clements is over on mat 3. We'll stay tuned in on this one as we are the furthest into the match. And Helminski, who got the takedown, John, almost pulling Colby right onto his back.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one, Teague. So we'll keep the action over here on mat number 2, especially between Colby and Helminski. Two wrestlers, similar records, high-flying action early on here in the second period as we're knotted up still at 2s.
And John, just love this tournament as Helminski picking up a reversal to make it 4-2 now.
Yeah, and Helminski looking to just jump onto a half right away and possibly get a turn and really try to blow this one open. Ultimately get away from this tight matchup here of funk that we've been seeing so far.
John, the fun thing about so we're actually set up in Hayward Northwood's wrestling room yet. You kind of get a who's who of wrestling up here for Northwest Wisconsin as we got our state champ Braden Casey warming up for his next round match, and then state runner-up Kellen Ari cheering on his teammate. I think his teammates holding him back from going over the railing right now. So a lot of enthusiasm from the Mustangs for their teammates. Helminski almost had that cradle locked up.
Just not enough time as period 2 expires. Yeah, cradle locked up on the edge. And I believe, too, I think the Marshfield wrestler will have choice here going into the third. He's going to elect to go bottom. I like it. Just real big confidence going into the third period, looking to get the escape and make it a one-point matchup. Helminski doing a real nice job going that near ankle, getting to the crossface, bellying out the Marshfield wrestler.
John, this is where I wish I had camera with a better zoom out function as we got a 2-0 match on mat number 3, a 1-0 match in favor of Seidel over on a mat number 1. The action cooking up here at the heavier weights as right now Ben Helminski, the 8-4 sophomore. I mean, hey, 8-4 sophomore, 5-5 senior. Two guys for a match that could very well decide the fate of the team race later on.
Oh, and we've got near fall, I think, Teague over on mat number 3 on the edge. Yep, and he does call it for the Marshfield wrestler. That's Clements of Marshfield, now going to be leading, I think, 6-0 midway through that second period.
Yeah, give credit to Bo Let's-Go of Superior, the 6th seed, keeping it close for now, but Clements really opening things up. Over on mat number 1, Seidel, who was up 3-0, looking to get a pin on Menomonie. And now the Marshfield Tigers looking to rack up some points as, John, the team point difference between the top 4 teams, 11 total points so far. Also,
Teague, we saw Helminski, the wrestler from Menomonie. He's now only leading 4-3 as we're here with about 40 seconds to go in the third period. Colby with a real nice underhook, but Helminski gets right on that front head attack and looking to finish. Possibly a standing cradle, but we will go out of bounds and we'll have no score here.
Well, John, if Colby can get a takedown here, would be huge momentum-wise for the Tigers as they just picked up 2 pinfalls on the other mats. They're now tied for second at the moment. And Colby in on the shot, trying to look for the dump. 10 seconds left. But what a great sprawl by Helminski. Has a hold of that far leg. And regardless of whether he gets the takedown or not,
and possibly
does get it, and it gets the victory as well. Helminski looking up at his teammates, getting the job done at first round, sticking the tongue out as well. A little bit of gamesmanship there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, folks, we have a battle happening here at the Hayward Regional with these top 3 or 4 teams. Top 3 teams separated by 1.5 points at this moment. That is before Helminski picked up that decision win on Mat 2. So we'll see what the team point shakeout looks like here in just a bit. But overall, going to be a tight one, especially with Hayward on Mat 1.
We got currently looking situation. For a pinfall. Looks like, is that at 2:20? That would be Brady Gottwald of Hayward.
Caleb
gets
Hyman.
the pin over Caleb Hyman. Well, that'll conclude the action at 2:20 there. On mat number 2, you got Frederick of Chippewa Falls and Mr. Ryan Rambo himself of Hudson squaring off. Ryan Rambo, the 2 seed, 38-5 senior. Frederick, 11-14 senior. Over on mat number 3, you have Adrian Kruger of Marshfield and Kyle Turner of New Richmond. Another important 4-5 battle here. Kruger a 29-16 senior. Turner a 25-16 junior. So we get to the close of our first round here, John. Right now, Hayward Northwood at the top of the standings here.
Yeah, Hayward leading with 82 points. Menomonie behind a half a point with 81.5, and Marshfield in third with 76. Yeah, so definitely going to be exciting, Teague, as we roll into semis, just to see what is going to happen. In the just 2 championship side matchups per weight class. Going to be interesting. So bonus is going to be critical on obviously those advancement points.
Well, hey, right now, Mr. Rambo looking to get some big bonus points here for Hudson. He runs the bar. Not enough time to work with it. Still has 4 minutes to find the pin. John, when we talk about buys potentially affecting how these teams are going to score in the second round, we might not see a lot of that. One thing that I really love from this regional, you have New Richmond with the fewest amount of wrestlers at 9, which is a pretty rare sight. There's 5, 7, just doing some quick math here on air. 14 total spots out of, I believe it's 112. So pretty nice job. Good participation by all the teams here today and bringing out mostly full rosters.
Yeah, every team except one with 11 or more out of the 14 wrestlers in their lineup, which for a lot of smaller D2 and 3 teams, that's half the battle, is getting as many guys as you can out into that lineup.
And then over on mat number 3, we're actually going to head over to mat number 3 quick, John. As right now, Turner of New Richmond up 1-0 on Kruger of Marshfield. Kruger, again, the 4 seed. Turner looking for a shot, but Kruger just who's always had great shot defense, able to sprawl out, now just looking to go behind, pushing on that head, making it tough for Turner to hold on, and gets the 2 to take the lead with 25 seconds left in the first period. It's like they're cleaning the mats over on mat number 1. Just a quick break, folks, between the quarters and semis action. Along with the semis, they will be wrestling that first consolation round, which, given these mostly full brackets, we'll be seeing quite a few of those. A lot of meaning in those, John, is they have placement points up to 6th place. So if you win, you get 3 automatic points for your team.
Yeah, that's why this first round, folks, is just super critical. Just get your base amount of points for your team, advance as many as you can on to round 2, and just let the team compete from there, because that's really where the team race will begin, is in that second round battle.
And John, we were talking on our drive up here as we had a little bit of a drive time, and we just talked about how every round is kind of huge in its own way. You talk about the different factors and team implications, and you see some of those battles in the first consolation round. It'll be fun to see. Those semis, man, to potentially set up for the finals. If you win there, could potentially save you a couple matches on the day.
Yeah, most definitely. And as you mentioned, Teague, just like talking about the various rounds, having kind of some different levels of importance. I like to think of that first round as, especially with lopsided seeded matchups, get as much bonus as possible. Round 2, it looked to advance as many to the finals as possible, and then ultimately in that last placement round, right, come out on the winning end and all of those placement matches, whether that's the championship for first or getting a guy just from 5th to 4th in a wrestle back makes all the difference in the world as the day comes to an end. So it'll be really exciting for sure.
And folks, we'll put the team scoring procedures into the chat here real quick, so folks have an idea when we talk about what these placements mean. But real quick, for the 73 of you watching, we got first place gets 16 placement points, second gets 12, third is 9, fourth 7th, fifth gets 5 points, and then sixth place gets 3 points. So I'll put that in the chat just so when John and I are talking about placements and whatnot, you can kind of help follow along. As now we're getting into heavyweight action here on mat number 2. Kruger's open up to a 7-1 lead. John, if he can get near fall, could pick up a
little bit bonus. Just a quick little tilt for 2 here, get that 8-point advantage, or maybe even just like he's looking to go barbed wire and just quick hip him over. But that will not do it, and time will expire. So that'll be the win for the Marshfield wrestler in mat 3. So for those watching, we're just going to turn everyone's attention to our lone matchup right now of round 1, as we've got Menomonie and Hudson battling it out at 285 pounds.
John, we got Ethan Jensen of Hudson, a 17-17 junior. Then Andrew Schaefer of Menomonie, the 25-11 junior. Have to wonder if Andrew and Steele are related at all. Also, Schaefer looking like he could be a part of that Menomonie Mustang line. Menomonie with a pretty good football program as well. We got a 0-0 match here, and they're cleaning mat number 3, so it should just be a 5-minute break, folks. We'll actually be giving a quick breakdown of the other sectionals in the area. We'll be starting off with the scoring over with the cross-regional, we'll say, at the conclusion of this match. And then we'll just check out some team standings from the Northwest wrestling action in Division 2 and 3. Take a quick commentary break, save the vocal cords a little bit as we got a lot of good wrestling left on of the day. Then we'll hop right back into the semifinal action. As right now, 20 seconds left in the first period. Schaefer and Jensen knotted up 0-0.
Yeah, it's looking like this one will expire, Teague. Oh, maybe not. Looking like we're going to see some action from Schaefer actually to end this period. But Jensen doing such a good job of keeping the action moving, and we'll have no scoring to end the period here. So we'll be 0s across the board and rolling into period 2. Looking like Hudson's going to take choice. And he'll actually defer over to Schaefer of Menomonie, and Menomonie's going to elect to go in the top position actually here. I like the boldness, a lot of confidence on top, looking to maybe score and get some bonus points here as we bring period 1 round 1 to a close with a very contentious team race on our hands.
Yeah, John, we'll look at that team race here at the conclusion of this one, as we currently have 2 teams in the top 4 at the moment. Of course, folks, even if you're not in the team race, a lot of individuals looking for a chance to make it to that second round. And again, as we said, every placement matters, and wow, what a move. Schaefer catching Jensen's arm, taking him to his back.
We might see a pinfall here, folks.
And Jensen just looking to try and arch his back, but that's a lot of mass to have on you, John. And Andrew Schaefer picks up the pinfall to end a big first round for the Menomonie Mustangs. As you can hear, the Menomonie wrestlers going crazy next to us. John, real quick here, Just looking at team scores as we refresh, just want to make sure I have it correct here. So top four teams right now, as Andrew Schaefer's 5th place finish is taken into account. You have Hudson 4th with 68 points, Hayward Northwood at 3rd with 82, Marshfield 2nd with 83, and Menomonie after that big pin with 90.5 points. John, what do you make of this team race so far?
I mean, it's just been back and forth. We've seen, I think, at some point, all 4 of these top 4 teams in the lead in some capacity, whether it was early on or midway through or near the end of that first round. But yeah, really contentious team race, especially within the top 3, with Menomonie in first by just 8.5 points from 3rd place.
Yeah, John, I think one team that maybe had an underwhelming first round that we were kind of talking about, I think Hudson coming out a little slow. A couple of guys they were looking to pencil in, get wins, but this is where you figure out the grit of your team. Coach Chris Hansen has been in these situations before, and plenty of time for Hudson to catch up, but if you got to make moves, it's got to be on that consolation side, and you're going to need to win some big matches in the semis here as well. I mean, just, again, we talked about it already. Hayward, can they keep up? I think Marshfield and Menomonie have the guys that are going to keep getting bonus points in these semis and later rounds. Can Hayward get little wins here and there to keep up? I guess we'll find out here. John, heading over to the other regional top 4 teams. You have Toma, who's 4th with 51 points. Sparta 3rd with 72. West Salem Bangor 2nd with 91. Holman just leading the Catbirds with 93 points. So right now, that race looking a little more cut and dry there, but still a lot of wrestling to be had. Folks, I know we got a lot of people from the Northwest tuning in, so we're going to check out the other, the super regional scores for Division II real quick, as I think right now in the very early round, so it's a 13-team super regional, so they might just be finishing that round of 16, getting into the quarterfinals a little bit, but top 5 teams here as 2 teams advance from each super regional. You have Antigo 5th with 12, Barron 4th with 13, St. Croix Falls 3rd with 16, Amory, who I think a lot of people on paper expected to have a top 2 battle with St. Croix Falls, and plenty of day left, of course, but hey, if you're a Shatek Weyerhaeuser Prairie Farm fan,
that's a mouthful.
Try
That's
saying
right.
that 5 times fast. Shatek currently in first place with 23 points, so getting a few early wins there. We'll see how that shakes out as we get deeper into the brackets. And the Neilsville Greenwood Loyal Super Regional seems, I think action maybe must have started at 10:30 there, as only 8 teams with scores on the board right now. 4-way tie for second between Abbotsford, Colby, Ellsworth, Somerset, and Stanley Boyd with 8 points, and Baldwin Woodville winning the pitcher's duel right now with 9 team points. Division 3 Super Regionals, first one at Cumberland, as they seem to be pretty far into their action. Turtle Lake Clayton 5th with 37 points. Ladysmith 4th with 47.5. Unity 3rd with 51. Clear Lake 2nd with 62. And how about Cumberland coming out to an early lead with 82 points. And last but not least, we have the Edgar Super Regional. 5th place team, Glenwood City with 34. 4th place, Cadott with 40. Marathon is 3rd with 42. We knew they'd be in the thick of this battle. Stratford is 2nd with 43, and Auburndale coming out to an early lead. So Auburndale might have a lot of guys in those first couple rounds, but hey, you just rack up points early and often, and then hope you can hold on to the lead. Of course, Cadott, Glenwood City, they have the hammers to come screaming back, but right now, a lot of fun at team battles up here in the Northwest Wisconsin. I might refresh the Super Regional page one more time. We're going to take a quick commentary break as we wait for the mats to dry. And folks, we'll be back for the round 2 action here, I would say in about 10 to 15 minutes.
And he said for the mats to dry, we're getting popcorn.
We are getting popcorn and Mountain Dew, yes. Just refueling ourselves as well. So, folks, we will be back. Thank you for tuning in here on the action on WI Wrestle. Oh, sorry, folks. Realized I was muted here. Thank you, Robin, for informing me. Still getting used to the new live streaming setup, but Teague Fenwick here bringing you the action. We'll have John Mackey coming back on the mic as well. But right now, John Sternweiss of Marshfield up 5-0 on Menomonie's Bailey Casey. Two teams, like I said before, on mute on the top three for team scoring, looking to get that top two spot for a chance to wrestle at Team Sectionals on Tuesday. That'll be taking place at Eau Claire North High School. So we got a 2-0 match over on mat number 3 between Moulter and Wolf. Might tune in over there as Sternweiss holding in strong with the 5-0 lead. Mat number 1, Easton Ledden is tied 4-4 with Connor Brune of Chippewa Falls. That's the end of the first period. So might tune away here to one of our closer matches. That's Mr. Travis Moulter from River Falls, a state qualifier. Currently up 2-0 midway through there. Keep you updated on the other action right now, but heading in, I know folks, probably most of the same folks that were tuned in. Menomonie hitting the 100-point mark now as Hudson now at 80 points with a big win from Neitzel. Now talking about team scoring implications here, if you win in the semis, you guarantee your spot at least in the top 3, so you punch your ticket to sectionals, but still plenty of wrestling to be had. Once they have the consolation rounds, then if you win that consolation round, which I think we might have some first round consolation action coming up here shortly. If you win that, you place top 6. Remember, just winning your first round doesn't guarantee you a spot at sectionals, but it puts you in pretty good positioning. As Moulter, who's now up a 7-0 after picking up some points on top, he's going to head into the third with a nice lead over Colin Wolf, looking to slow the Mustangs' momentum a little bit. John Sternweiss with a big 7-0 victory on a mat number 2 over Bailey Casey. We're going to head back to mat number 2. I believe we're going to have Carter Sturba of New Richmond. And that'll be Austin Krenz of Hudson, 113 pounds. That'll be a semifinal match there. Only 5 wrestlers in of the 113 bracket, so won't see any consolation action on that side. And Sturba in early on a shot. Sturba, 33-8 sophomore. Krenza, 25-12 senior. Sturba gets the first takedown 30 seconds into the first period here. Joined back here by John on the mic. John, semifinal action already getting started off. Hudson picking up a couple of points to bring themselves right back into the team race. Seeing points scored in chunks now as a few wrestlers with buys picking up those double points that we talked about. So Hudson almost right back into that top 3. You know, talking to Hayward Northwood coach Kurt Gerber, was really pumped about all the swing matches that his team won in the first round. He said, might see a little more Dosa, just given the matchup, might see a little more reality here given the nature of the competition in the next round. But even talking about this just builds a lot of positive momentum for the offseason and going into next year. It's right now on Make sure you're not muted here, John. Make sure I'm not having a conversation with myself. Oh, your mic. Okay, we are.
So we should be good. All right, yeah, still a close matchup here on mat number 2 with Austin Krenz of Hudson trailing Carter Sturba of New Richmond 2-0 right now. Sturba out with a bar, looking to maybe get some near falls. The period expires in round 1. And we'll have a fresh matchup starting over here on mat 3 in a moment. We'll give you a bit of an update on who those wrestlers are, and we get a quick dashboard update as well. But over on mat number 1, actually, another tight matchup, which will bring the action over there for those that want to tune in. Currently 7-5 between Easton Ledden of Marshfield, the freshman, behind leading Connor Brunn of Chippewa Falls. 7-5 currently, about midway through the second period, or third period here, actually. My mistake, folks. Looking like Brunn in on a nice shot, but Ledden looking to maybe go. Oh, and we're going to see 2 from the wrestler from Chippewa Falls, who will knot this up at 7s with about 70 seconds to go here in the third period. We're still 0-0 over on mat number 3, and we have a 4-0 matchup between Sturba and Krenz on mat number 2. But the matchup I've got my eyes on is still mat number 1, that 7-7 matchup with Brunn and Ledden. Both the 21 wrestlers from Marshfield and Chippewa Falls looking to advance to the finals at 120 pounds. We've got a reversal here now from Ledden, now up 9-7 with 24 seconds to go. If I'm Ledden, I'm just looking to hang on, stay in control, maybe keep the legs split here and hope for time to expire with just 11 seconds to go. And I think that is going to do it, folks. So it's looking like we're going to have Easton Ledden, the freshman, at 120 pounds. It's looking like he will advance on to the finals here with that win over Connor Brunn of Chippewa Falls. So big win for the Marshfield in terms of the team race. We'll get an update on that score here shortly. But for those watching, we'll turn the attention back over to mat 3 as we've got a 0-0 matchup underway, as I had said before, with between Molson of Hudson and Kirkland of Hayward. Molson, the 34-11 junior, taking on Kirkland, the 41-7 sophomore from Hayward. And it's looking like Kirkland's going to start the second period in the top position here. We'll go out of bounds. Get a quick reset here on mat 3. Kirkland did a nice job getting the reset, running Molson out of bounds there. And if I'm Kirkland right now, I've got to be looking to return before I get dinged for stalling. But Molson, with a little bit of funk, and he actually is going to go and get the escape here as we'll go out of bounds on the far side edge with about 92 seconds to go here in the second period. So it looks like Marshfield also picked up a pinfall over on mat number 1 with Jace Kellenhofer, the junior, 2017, over Brecken Bergquist of Superior, the freshman. It's a little bit of bonus in the backside for the Marshfield Tigers. About 60 seconds to go here in period 2 at 126 pounds on mat 3. Molson still leading 1-0 at the moment. over Kirkland, the 41-7 sophomore. We'll go out of bounds real quick here, get a fresh reset, and if I'm Kirkland, I'm really looking to get into this match, get up in the lead, especially as I defer the choice to Hudson going into the third period. But Molson's going to get the quick 2, and then Kirkland with a possible reversal here, and he's going to get it, so that'll blow this one to a 3-2 lead for Molson in the bottom position, who again can look to score here with a quick escape, which he'll get, now leading 4-2. Molson doing a real nice job just forcing the affair, just controlling center, maintaining the control and the tie. And as time expires, we're going to move to the third period. Like we said, Molson currently leading 4-2 right now. Going to the third, and it looks like Kirkland will actually have the choice, and he'll elect to go bottom as we start the last 2-minute go here. And if I'm Kirkland, I'm definitely looking to go escape, get in on a takedown, and take the lead here. Try to get back in this thing. For those that are just curious about some of the matchups happening on the other mats, we've got a tight one on mat number 1 between Keenan Landwehr of Marshfield, currently down 2-1 against Chase Frederick of Chippewa Falls, the 15-8 freshman. So keep an eye on mat number 1. I'll give some updates as the period goes on, but we'll keep action over on mat 3 for now, as we've got about 1:30 to go. Molson still in the top position, riding tough on Kirkland, but Kirkland gets a swift switch, and he'll pick up the reversal here with about, like I said, 90 seconds to go. So he's got to look to ride or possibly cut and go for a takedown, or even turn here if we're Kirkland, but just need to maintain control of Molson now in the bottom position with things knotted at 4. For those that have been keeping an eye on the dashboard, like I said, still a 2-1 matchup on mat number 1 with Landwehr and Frederick. Frederick actually now leading 3-1 with a quick escape in the second period. About 1:45 to go. But just getting back to the action, mat 3, Molson now leading 5-4. Got that quick escape following the reversal from Kirkland early in this period. So right now, Molson needs to remain offensive and hope for no stall warnings, with Kirkland obviously going to be in the attack, looking to take the lead here with about 40 seconds to go. Great low single attack from Kirkland, maybe looking to go underneath and back door for an answer, but Molson doing a good job just tying up the lower half of Kirkland, wasting some time on the clock, but Kirkland scrambling to a pretty comfortable spot and actually went the wrong direction, so he's going to be in an awkward position with Molson with only about 9 seconds to go. Nice attempt from Kirkland, but Molson fending off. Oh, and a duck under from Kirkland, and that'll be a 2 for the win. The sophomore from Hayward, Northwood, very, very contentious in this team race. But huge duck under from Kirkland to end that period and pick up a big win over a ranked wrestler from Hudson. Awesome duck under from Kirkland over Molson. So we'll see him advance onto the finals, taking on later this evening up here in Hayward. Getting to defend hopefully for a regional championship here in his home turf. So just taking a look now, we'll actually keep the action for now on mat number 3. Got a fresh one, returning state runner-up Kalinori, looking to make quick work of this semifinals matchup with Jonas Longdorf, the sophomore from River Falls. Ari up 4-0 right away to start this bout. Ari, real nice body lock with a kind of a pass by almost for another set of 2. But goes immediately dumped from that high fireman's carry and really blowing this lead wide open. Now leading 6-1 over Longsdorf. Got another wrestler from Menomonie with a superior wrestler on his back right now. Whitman of Menomonie currently leading over Johnson 6-2. But it's looking like Whitman's probably going to lose control on the turn he had going. Just to give everyone a quick little update on the team race thus far, as we're having action pick up in the middle of the second round with the semifinals and consolation bouts taking place. Menomonie's still in the lead with 102.5 points, Marshfield in second with 100, and Hayward Northwood in third with 88, followed by Hudson in fourth with 80. So very contentious, those top 4 teams, especially the top 2 in Menomonie and Marshfield currently, as we're rounding out the 120 and 126 pound weight classes. For those keeping an eye on the Ari Longsdorf match, Ari leading now 14-4 and looking to get some quick near fall, maybe a pin to add some bonus to the Mustang lead. Just a quick update as time expires on mat 1. We'll have Chippewa Falls wrestler victorious at 132 pounds in the Consi semis. Chase Frederick winning 8-3 over Keenan Landwehr of Marshfield. So in the case of Marshfield, not picking up any points on that backside. And good for Chippewa Falls, the Chippewa Falls wrestler, as he'll advance on to what would be a battle for that 4th place matchup.
Well, John, I miss anything good?
You missed an awesome matchup, Teague, on mat 3 between Kirkland and what was it at 126 pounds? Sorry. Kirkland and Moulton. Moulton was leading Teague by a point with about 9 seconds, and they got into a scramble, and Kirkland hit a really sweet duck to actually score 2 to win the bout and advance to the final. So for
John,
those
Mr. Kellen Ari looks like I think he picked up a pinfall, even though he was almost about to get a tech there.
Yep,
so
old tech pin, I love it, Teague.
Could be. I think that's our first tech pin of the day, as we got new action started on mat number 2 between that's Noah Christensen of Hayward Northwood and Bo Gabriel of a New Richmond. Christensen, a 29-13 senior. Gabriel, a 28-8 senior. Mat number 1 got Superior and Hudson action, as Connor Krieger of Superior with the early 4-0 lead on Riley Stelzner of Hudson. Looking to make another trip back to the Kohl Center. Superior might have to have the farthest drive to the Kohl Center, John.
Yeah, I'd have to Google Maps that, Teague, but that's got to be a pretty darn close to 4 to 5 hours, I would imagine, getting down to Old Madison from Superior. Almost traversing the 5/6 of the height of the state, I want to say. So pretty impressive travel from the Spartans of Superior.
John, over on mat 3, got a little consolation semi-action here as Andy Eilertson of Hudson is taking on Logan Jennings of Superior. Again, I know I got to win 3 matches in a row individually on that backside to make it to sectionals, but still got to scratch and claw for every placement point you can, especially if you're Hudson, who started off a little slow, but with a couple of big wins to start off, is kind of forced the way back into this team race a little bit. They're 20 points behind second place Marshfield at the moment. Hayward Northwood sits at third with 88. Marshfield with 100, Menomonie with 113.5.
And as they clean up some blood here on mat 2, Teague, we're just going to direct the attention for now over to mat number 3, actually, where we've got a nice close matchup, 2-0 between Eilertson and Jennings, the Superior. It looks like Jennings Superior, like I said, leading 2-0, looking to possibly get a turn over the Hudson Junior. Currently has a bar locked up on the left side. The time is going to expire here shortly with just about 8 seconds to go.
Still got, as we get back on the action on mat number 2 off screen, 2-0 between Gabriel and Christensen. The floodgates have opened on the relationship side, so you're doing great.
Yeah, and for those that are curious about the returning state qualifier from Superior, Connor Krieger, 42-3 senior. He's currently, he has Stelzner in what looks like a double bar position over on mat 1. Was leading 4-1, but really blew this match open. Is going to have at least some near fall here and a possible pinfall, depending if he can make some adjustments. And he's going to. He's just going to go back half on the head, nice deep waist, and look for the fall here to advance to the final at 138. Bodie Gabriel still up 2-0 right now over Christensen at Hayward. Gabriel had a nice hook and bar and was just looking to run it, but ran out of time. But does ultimately pick up a quick near fall to end the period, and now leads 5-0 as we head into the second. For those that were paying attention to Krieger, he eventually did pick up that pinfall over Stelzner of Hudson, the senior. So Krieger will advance to that final at 138, and Stelzner will be looking to make up some on the backside here and possibly wrestle his way to maybe a true second. And I'm actually going to direct our attention over on mat 1 now that we've got a bit of a contentious matchup with 2 of the top teams, actually, with Marshfield and Menomonie squaring off. I think this is Brett Franklin at 138 pounds taking on Luke Pember, the freshman from Menomonie. But right away, Franklin doing a good job just getting to offense, wasting no time whatsoever. This match will really decide who will advance on to wrestle Connor Krieger of Superior in that 138 final. Franklin will pick up an early 2, and he's getting right to work on a cradle, it looks like.
Got Miss Ashley Anderson really wants to see the action on mat number 3. All looks like it's a 0-0 match at the moment at 138 pounds between Vinny Costabillo of River Falls and Noah Zanin of New Richmond.
Yeah, and for those that have been tuning in, if there are any requests for mats or matches you want us to cover in particular, shoot us a message in the live chat, and we'll cater to those viewing needs. But yeah, still a 2-0 matchup with Zanin now of New Richmond leading currently over Costabillo of River Falls in this Consi semi matchup, looking to advance on to wrestle for 4th place ultimately on the backside and look to advance to the sectional invite next week at Eau Claire North High School. Got a fresh bout starting up over on mat number 1 again. Our 100 pinner of the day. It is Hoyt Blaskowski taking on what it looks like a Chippewa Falls wrestler. We'll get an update on who that is in a moment here. But Blaskowski wasting no time and getting to work, and already has the Chi High wrestler on his back before the dashboard has had an opportunity to even refresh itself. But it looks like Blaskowski is going to pick up the pinfall over Colin Clary of Chippewa Falls, the freshman, and he'll advance on to that 145-pound final taking place later this afternoon.
Franklin won, right? want to tell them? Just say Brett Franklin won via pin.
Just getting a quick little recap of a recent result that we had show up here. Eyes were diverted to another mat, but we actually had Brett Franklin, I believe, pick up a pinfall. What was over on mat 1 just a moment ago. So it looks like he'll advance on to that 138 final against Krieger of Superior later this afternoon. But again, back to action on mat 3. Very tight ball game here, folks, with Vinny Costabillo still knotted at 2s against Noah Zanin in New Richmond. Zanin going into the second period is going to opt to go down in the bottom position, looking to really capitalize, get a quick escape or reversal, and get the lead going. But Costabillo has other plans, and he's jumping right on that bait cradle, getting some near fall swipes. You got all the time in the world with 1:45 here in the second period. Costabillo has Zanin in a really awkward position. And as we kind of wait out the action for mat 3, we've got a fresh one starting on mat number 2 with Lane Hinkfuss of Hayward Northwood, the sophomore, 18 and 23, taking on Xander Neal of Chi High, the 26 and 15 junior in this Consi semi matchup. Just a quick little update as we're kind of approaching the midway point of this semifinal round. Team race still very tight with the top 2 teams as they've kind of gradually pulled away from the rest of the pack. Marshfield leading 116 in first place. Menomonie's in second with 113.5. Hayward, Northwood in third with 88. So trailing by a good 25 points or so from second place is Hayward. And then Hudson just behind Hayward in fourth with 85 points. So in the case of the battle for first and second, it seems like Marshfield and Menomonie are beginning to pull away. But again, a lot of action still to be had here as we get into the placement points near the final round of this tournament. For those that have been watching mat 3, Costabillo still up 5-2 over Zanin as time is expiring here in the second period. And I believe, too, it'll be Costabillo with the choice going in the third. So we'll see where he opts to go. If I'm him, we're just looking to continue pouring this on top or keeping the scores going. But it's looking like Costabillo, going to choose to elect to go in the top position and just keep pouring on the turns and really looking to get this to what could be like a major decision territory. For those that are keeping an eye on the backside action at 145, Brock Bjerke of Hudson, the junior, only wrestled 4 matches so far this year, is currently in a advantageous position, looking to maybe get a turn or a pin here over Caleb Klein, the 4-9 sophomore from New Richmond.
All right, John, we're back. Got a 7-3 match over on mat number 3. John, this round flying by pretty quickly right now here. So we don't have a full slate of action. John, is Miss Lakin Coomer currently watching? I know she's asking about the link earlier, and I kind of forgot about that.
She was tuning in. I wasn't sure I don't know if she's still listening at this very moment, but I know she had tuned in and said we were sounding phenomenal, Teague. It's great to hear. So,
Miss Coomer, soon to be Mrs. Mackey.
Yeah, for the soon-to-be wife at home, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully we sound good enough.
You're at 138 pounds on mat number 2. Guessing that's Mr. Xander Neal of Chippewa Falls. He's up 2-0 on Lane Hinkfuss of Hayward Northwood. There's a 1-minute match left in that consolation semi-match. Loser done for the day. Winner moves on to the next consolation match, that 5th place match. Mat number 3, we still got a 9-4 match. Costabillo up on Zanin at the moment. As said, folks, you can let us know which mats you want us to tune into. Once we get closer to the finals, we'll try to stay on the 1st and 3rd place mats. just to see where those end up. Right now, Castabillo off screen, currently looking. It's like he must have locked up a barbed wire. Now, again, at least get a major, almost got a pin to end the match, but he's going to win 12-4 over on mat number 3.
Yep, this tournament's all about survive and advance, especially this time of the year. So Castabillo picking up a nice win, and he'll get some bonus points for the River Falls Wildcats on the backside here. But yeah, still a tight matchup on mat number 2, Teague, between Hinkfus and Neal. Neal just leading 2-0 as we've got about 15 or so seconds to go in this first period.
On mat number 1, that's Brock Bierke of Hudson, who's currently up on Caleb Klein of New Richmond. Now we're kind of getting to the point of, I mean, hey, if you're Menomonie still holding on to a 13-point lead with Franklin and Blaskowski already out of the mix for this round at least. We said at the start of the day, I almost guaranteed Marshfield a team title, and right now looking to be proven wrong by the Mustangs at the moment.
Yeah, especially in a team tournament, Teague, the team that truly has the depth in comparison to the rest of the competition. They're the one that is more than likely just going to pull out, having a vast majority of your lineup finish in that at least top 4 is huge for the team race points in general. And we're seeing that out of Menomonie thus far. Not that many guys on the backside for them. A lot of frontside wrestling action for the Mustangs.
Neal, don't think he has any near fall picked up, but put himself in a little bit of danger here as he gives up the reversal.
Yeah, Hinkfist looking to really just get to work on top now. Down early 4-0, now down 4-2 with about minute 20 to go in the second period. Nice cradle attempt from Hinkfist, but just not quick enough on the bait cradle.
All right, mat number 3. Looks like we got some fresh action here. We got a semifinal match, John, so we're going to move to some championship action. We got Jason Thomas of Superior, who's looking to maybe pick up his 40th win of the season today. He's 38-7, currently up 2-0 on Jacob Anderson of Menomonie. Winner of that match goes to face Hoyt Blaskowski in the finals. Thomas with a pretty strong armbar at the moment. Trying to unhook his leg and does it just that.
Yeah, we'll have no near fall there, Teague. So Thomas just leading 4-0 over Anderson, the freshman of Menomonie, as we bring this first period to a close.
One of those 4-0 matches where Thomas stayed in pretty good control. On mat number 1, another semifinal match here at 152. Jonathan Krager of Chippewa Falls and Jacob Range just getting started there.
Yeah, 2 super evenly matched up opponents too, Teague. Krager coming in at 33-7, the sophomore, and Range coming in at 33-6 from River Falls. Krager in on that nice quick finish right away at the start of this period, now leading 2-0.
So Thomas still holds on to a 4-0 lead in the on-mat action. 6-2 between Neal and Hinkfus as the third period just gets started there. Next round after that is the placement round. They're going to be wrestling the first, third, and fifth place matches on mats 1, 2, and 3. Head throw attempt by Hinkfus, I think. Neal did have the leg hooked in, and we talked about it with this first round already. I mean, Neal, who was a sectional qualifier last year, John, wrestling for a chance just to make it to the next round in consolation. Already in the survive and advance portion of his day.
Also, Teague, close matchup alert now on mat 3 in that semi at 145. Jacob Anderson, the freshman, I believe either got a reversal or a takedown just a moment ago. Now just trailing 4-2 to Jason Thomas, the superior.
35 seconds left there in the second as Anderson looking to go to work on top. Menomonie and Marshfield separating themselves ahead of the pack here. But no such thing when it comes to team races, John, as scoring too many insurance points. So this would be, you look at it record-wise, this would be a pretty big win for Anderson if he was able to catch up and get a win here. It's a pretty tough little leg ride on top at the moment. It's like,
yeah, props to the Menomonie freshman here with a nice ride out over the near 40-win wrestler from Superior.
That's 145-pound semis.
It also looks like Thomas will elect to go in the bottom position here to start the third. So we'll see. Ideally, he's going to look to grow this lead to 5-2 or even 6-2, depending on if he gets a reversal here. But tight matchup on mat 3 thus far.
And we'll see how the ride goes here for Anderson. John, I think we got to put mat number 1 in the queue as we have a 3-2 match. The early goings of the second period right now. Anderson throws an armbar in for a second, has a half as well. Running it heavy, but will he have enough room to operate here on the edge of the mat?
Yeah, and if I'm Jason Thomas right now, we've definitely got to start to think to get some movement rolling on bottom before we give Anderson a possible stall warning here.
Yeah, running it tough right now, and that official right by the Menomonie crowd too, so there'll be could potentially be some stalling chance here. Anderson almost looking for the double bar, somehow staying in and a potentially dangerous. You could see that arm come up just a little bit and enough for the official to call it, as we got 58 seconds left. But John, you get a turn with that arm bar. More often than not, it's 3 near fall than 2. So we'll see if Anderson can get that here. But
it looks like Anderson also has another lefty bar in on Thomas.
Props to Thomas here. I mean, just hanging in tough. That arm bar, not a fun thing to fight off for half a period, as now we're going with the cross body from Anderson.
We've got about 34 seconds to go. Thomas still leading 4-2, and he gets dinged finally with his first stall warning on bottom.
Well, now the question is, how do you force 2 more stall calls here? Stalling-wise might be too little, too late.
But he might go for the turn. Anderson really doing a good job forcing the affair. We've got about 10 seconds to go here. Thomas, no movement at all whatsoever on bottom.
Just holding on for dear life, and Jason Thomas, the senior from Superior, survives the attack from Anderson.
Yeah, I think in near 3 minutes of riding time to end that match for Anderson, despite the loss.
This was a college match, would have been pretty beneficial for Anderson in that sense, but man, it's one of, if you saw a stall call a little earlier, definitely could have changed the landscape of that match. John, over on mat number 1, it's 7-2 now in favor of Range in the semifinal. We're going to tune in, though, to mat number 2, where one of the more exciting wrestlers of the day so far, I believe. Sorry, this is 145. The Hayward Northwood match. I'm trying to think of the Hayward Northwood wrestler that we watched earlier. Is it Memphis Domain? Oh, sorry, no, this is consolation action. Sorry about that, folks. Memphis Domain and Colton Mays getting after it here. Domain from Hayward and Northwood, and Maves from River Falls. And John, it's actually James Buckholz, the freshman that we saw earlier, get a pin, but a little stiffer test here in Caleb Denny of Marshfield. Denny, a state qualifier with the body lock, and Buckholz did go for a throw, had his hips over, and Denny ended up with the reverse headlock here.
I love the attempt from Buckholz against the 34-win wrestler Denny. just really going big and trying to see what he can make happen.
And hey, if you're going against Denny, might as well go big or go home.
And that is tight, and that'll do it. Back-to-back pins on Matt 2 and 3 also. It looks like Maves from River Falls picked up the pinfall as well over Domain of Hayward.
Hey, respect to the freshman for taking his shot there. So, Maves picks up the pin on Matt 2. Only action back to range on Matt number 1. We'll see what new matches we have formulating here. We'll get another look. Didn't get a long look last time at him, but I believe Garrett White up now for the Tigers on Matt number 2. Senior out of Marshfield.
Yeah, and for those that have been watching Matt 1 as well, Jacob Range, 7 straight unanswered points over John Krager of Chippewa Falls here. As we bring our third period to the close, Krager going to fall to range in that semifinal. So for those that have been paying attention to 152 pounds, you'll be able to see Jacob Range in that championship later this afternoon, so stay tuned. And we'll see who he'll be facing off here shortly, I believe. I'd have to double check brackets.
Oh, I actually got the other 152-pound semi was that was Denny. You got that quick pin there on Matt number 3.
So a little River Falls Marshfield matchup at the 152-pound final. William White wasting no time getting the boots in and a nice tight claw ride on Essien.
No, William White. Yeah, just going to work here on Matt number 2. I know after making it to state the prior year at regionals, part of it's just a matter of taking care of business. But I think we might have the other 160 pounds. Sorry, that's the 152 pound semi off screen on Matt number 1. Checking out the team race, 152 pound consolation semi on Matt 1. Updating the team race here real quick. Hudson now in third ahead of Hayward. River Falls is 5th. They're 10 points behind Hayward and Northwood. But John, Menomonie, and Marshfield running away with it a little bit as Menomonie second with 113.5. Marshfield, as expected, going on kind of a run in these middle weights.
Yeah, Marshfield, I've seen this advance several wrestlers onto that regional championship final taking place in a couple hours. So again, that's where they're really getting a lot of bonus. They're advancing on and ultimately just really opening a gap between the rest of the teams in the team race.
As Denny William White takes care of business. New match on Matt number 2. Got Crane versus Draveling here at 160 pounds. It's Eric Crane and Grant Draveling wrestling in the consolation semi action. Had a pin over on Matt number 3. Harp of Chippewa Falls picked up the pinfall. Match on Matt number 1 between Superior and Menomonie. Still that consolation semi. So we got consolation action all around right now, John. Except that fresh match on Matt number 3 where we get to see Mr. Owen Griesbach wrestling for Marshfield. Folks, if you think we're seeing a lot of Marshfield, they just happen to have a lot of wrestlers in the semis at the moment, as John pointed out earlier. Griesbach taking on Anthony Aranda, the 18 and 22 sophomore from Hayward Northwood. And
Griesbach wasting no time getting in on that front side like cradle looking to go score and get some near fall here and possibly pick up a pin. Griesbach taking his time, looking to possibly go to a squealer cradle, but just going to opt for the quick 2 and get a reset here on our feet.
Yeah, Griesbach, John, you see that brace on his left leg, and that's the guy that we're happy to see here wrestling in the postseason, as kind of tweaked his leg a little bit. We were at the Sparta invite and ended up being taken out of the bracket. Heard that he got injured in warm-ups, and especially at that point of the year, if it's anything even somewhat serious, you're going to be gone for the rest of the season. So just glad to see him healthy, able to wrestle back on the mat. And I'm sure the rest of the Marshfield community are pretty happy to see him as they're looking to make their trip back to the field house this year.
Yeah, Griesbach wasting again, no time, just scoring and capitalizing all these cradle positions actually he keeps getting into against the Hayward wrestler.
John, we talked about Marshfield getting back to the field house. We could have a potential team state semifinal rematch in the sectional finals, as over on the other side, this cross regional, you have West Salem Bangor, who's second. Holman has jumped out to a 38-point lead over West Salem with 181 points. So could very well see on Tuesday night the Vikings and the Tigers square off again. As Griesbach picks up the pinfall over on mat number 3. Got a 4-0 match on mat number 1, so we'll see what we have going on here on mat number 3 quick. That'll be Chance Sommer of River Falls and Ephraim Holmes of Chippewa Falls. On mat number 3, fresh match here, and it's a 6-0 on mat 1, 10-3 on mat 2.
Nice ankle pick for the River Falls wrestler to start this 170-pound Conti semi-bout. But we might see a little bit of a 50-50 throw headlock situation here.
And Ephraim able to keep his hips back, makes the throw tough for Sommer. Now 3-2 for the 4-16 sophomore out of Chippewa Falls. Only 30 seconds into this first period. Had a head throw attempt off screen on mat number 2 as a Crane builds on his lead over Grant Draveline. The 160-pound bracket, John, as we talked about earlier, you could probably circle Garrett White as making it, but everyone else, one of those deals where it was a pretty wide open battle coming into the day.
Yeah, it's looking like it's just going to be a real battle to see who can get to that finale and ultimately finish in the top 2, 3, or 4 of the tournament behind William White. I'm not anticipating him really running into too much of trouble today in his region at 160 pounds.
We'll keep the action here as we have a good one on mat number 3. Once this fresh match gets started on mat number 1, we'll find out who William White faces in the finals. As we have Steele Schaefer of Menomonie. He's going to be going against Fade Dreyer of River Falls. Right now, John, some fun action here as Holmes going to work on top at the moment with 30 seconds left in the first period. Things slowing down a little bit from that flurry of action we saw in the first 30 seconds of the match.
And we do have a semifinal matchup that just started on mat 2 for those that are just tuning in. It's Brady Thompson of Menomonie, the 28-10 senior, taking on Dawson Clymer, the 34-10 sophomore of Hudson. So super evenly matched up opponents here going at it, but Clymer out to a 2-0 lead just 30 seconds into this first period.
Hudson still looking to climb their way back into that team race, but Menomonie and Marshfield building quite a safe lead for themselves at the moment. Plenty of points left on the board, though, John. I want to thank 27 folks tuning in on YouTube. Currently at 96 watching on Rockfin. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in to the action today. So right now we got another semifinal match starting on mat number 1 between Schaefer and Dreher. We'll tune into that one depending on how things shake out here between Thompson and Clymer.
Yeah, and Thompson going to get dinged for stalling here right away in this first period. So Clymer can tuck that right in this pocket for later on. Just doing an overall good job, forcing the affair on top. Looking to possibly get a claw ride, tilt, or turn here. But we'll get a quick refresh and see what the matchup that we have on mat number 1. It looks like we have Thade Greer of River Falls taking on Steele Schaefer and Menomonie. The 22 and 16 juniors still not at zeros, but definitely contentious for the team race, with Menomonie inching as close as they can to Marshfield, who's currently in first.
Another big head throw attempt over on the 3, John. Conci semi-match heating up as it's 5-5 midway through the second period. Steele Schaefer looking to pick up some big points for the Mustangs off screen on mat number 1. As he has a dryer on his back.
And he will do it. That's bonus points to the Mustangs over on mat 1 at 160 pounds. Definitely what was needed for the Mustang team to try to maintain that gap with Marshfield, who pulled ahead by about 12 or so points.
Yeah, next match up, we got someone requesting a little bit of the Seidel match. So at 182 pounds, we'll have Mason Seidel versus Bryce Shepard in the semis between Marshfield and Menomonie. So we'll be tuning into that one at some juncture here. Still 4-0 here on mat number 2. Clymer just riding tough right now. We're going to tune away from that one just for a moment, as we got some fresh action started. Talked about 182 semifinal. Top of the bracket here, we get to see 1 seed Ethan Winkleman in action for the first time as he gets a bye. And John, this is where Hudson's got to make their bread here with Clymer, Winkleman, Draveling, and Ryan Rambo at 220.
Yeah, Hudson's got some hammers in the upper weights, so definitely it'll be fun to see what they do in regard to the team race. Obviously, they're down a good 25 points to Menomonie, but handful of bonus point matchups their way, and then advancing those guys to the finals can be super critical, just to chip away at that gap and then try to make it a 3-team race again.
It's early at 2-0 lead now for the 39-4 at junior. Winkleman, who currently looking for win number 40, which always a fun benchmark to reach on the year. Could we maybe see a little points jump for the Raiders these next 10-15 minutes or so? And John, I'm just checking some old state results here. It seems in this area, just a lot of upper weights who have had really impressive years so far. You wonder where they were on the state scene last year. Just so happens the sectional last year was loaded with talent at the upper weights, whether it came from Wausau West or Marshfield or DC Everest. It just seemed it was a battle to get out of that bracket. I know we get to see Menomonie's Cody Kwok a little later today. But kind of makes guys like Winkleman, you see them wrestle this year, it's like, wow, where did that guy come from? Now here he is.
Yeah, on the brink
for a
of 40
chance here to make his regional final appearance. up 2-0, but in pretty good control right now over Caleb Milkey of River Falls.
Yeah, Teague, I think Winkleman's one of those guys for Hudson that just, ballooned over the last several seasons. Started kind of as like a middleweight wrestler, but now up to 195 or 182. I mean, a little bit bigger wrestler than what he started out high school as. Looks like we've got Climber of Hudson putting Thompson on his back there just momentarily, leading 7-0, but Thompson looking to get a quick 2 here as we near the end of our second period. Another quick reversal from Climber, now leading 9-2, just gonna go cut on the edge. Got a fresh one starting over on mat number 3 here between Peterson of River Falls and Sardina of Hayward.
That would be Zach Peterson, the 17-3 senior. Could be 19-3 if he picks up a win after this bye. Peterson coming in at the 1 seed. It's kind of a rotational varsity guy last year, John. And this year, well, I believe he was a Challenge Series finalist. The Hudson crowd feeling pretty happy after a major by Climber and a pin by Winkleman. We'll get a quick look here at Peterson. And he's looking to run an armbar early. I know we had recommendations for Seidel on mat 2. We will get a look at that as well. Appreciate the Marshfield fandom for tuning in on this one. And a Peterson looking for a big step over here. We'll see if he can just sit that left leg through now, John. And doesn't have a hold of that other arm, and Sardina able to fight his arm through. As, that new match starting on mat number 2. I think we might be getting consolation action all the way throughout, as now we'll take a look at Mason Seidel and a Bryce Shepard, the 2 and the 3 seed. Bryce Shepard, a freshman at 182, nearly 22-8 on the year. Mason Seidel is 20-15 after his win over Landon Montney from Hayward Northwood. And we got a cradle over on mat number 1. That's at 220 pounds. James Clements has Ryan Rambo
in a
cradle
spot,
looking to get the pin over the Hudson senior here in the semis, and Rambo able to fight through.
Yeah, props to Clements, the junior. Just really getting to work in this first period, wasting no time at all against the seasoned vet and Rambo from Hudson.
Wow, and Clements a good wrestler, but I think you still got to call this one kind of an upset watch here, John. Rambo 39-5 on the year. Hey, we got another Marshfield wrestler looking to get a win in a cradle as Seidel looking to end things against Shepard. John, which match do we keep a track of in this one?
I don't know. I'm gonna play with the camera quick, Teague, and see how wide shot we can get here.
Yeah, it's one of those. If we can't get it from the Richland Center press box with 2 mats, we'll see what we can do.
It's not 2 full mats, but we can moderately keep both matchups in the shot for now. For those that do want to pay attention to both matchups occurring, we'll kind of gradually scan around between mats 1 and 2 here as action progresses. But just a 5-1 matchup on both mats 1 and 2. Clements leading 5-1 over Rambo, and Seidel of Marshfield leading 5-1 over Shepard of Menomonie.
Yeah, that mat number 1 match onto the left side of your screen if you're watching at home. Also, let us know how the 2-match screen looks to you folks at home. If it's a little too zoomed out, please let us know, but we'll keep you updated on both mats. Rambo starting the second period down, so could Does stand up here. I think no escape called yet, though, as Clements dropping right back down to a leg. Now we're looking at a potential. Clements needs to climb back up. Rambo, nice little crossface there and just getting back. I think Clements sensed some potential Ryan Rambo fireworks there, John, and with the escape. And now Ryan Rambo back in on the shot.
Rambo's just popping his head up away from getting two here. Props to Clements with this chest lock he's got wrapped, but ultimately Rambo get him in an awkward spot, and now is closed. This is just a 1-point matchup.
We got another cradle here on mat number 2 by Seidel, who's opened up a 7-1 point lead and closes it with the pin in 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Too much good action to pass up there on 2 mats. And we will scroll back into mat number 1 as Mr. Ryan Rambo, who was down 5-0 on 1 point, now has built his way back into a 5-4 lead. Mat number 3, Caleb, it looks like Zach Peterson up 10-0 now on Sardina of Hayward and Northwood. So Peterson of River Falls looking to punch his ticket to the regional finals here.
And Teague, for the fans at home, I figured we'd give them a little bit of insight. I believe they'll be taking a short break after this round, correct, before the finals to clean mats and feed all the coaches and staff here at the Hayward Regional.
And yeah, just to give the officials a break as well. You know, we feel tired up here sometimes, John. I can't imagine actually calling the matches all day, especially now in a postseason format. Mat 2, just the cradle mat, as we brought up Cody Kwok earlier. He picks up the pin over Gottwald of Hayward and Northwood.
Yeah, wastes no time at all. This is a brief 31 seconds into the first period to grab the bonus points of the Mustangs. And we've been talking about Mat 1, Teague. We've got a little bit of blood time right now, but holy cow, as we're going to be going into what will be period 3, we are knotted at 6s with Ryan Rambo, the 39-5 senior, and James Clements, the 15-6 junior from Marshfield.
Now getting into the heavyweight matches here. All right, real quick, while they have that blood time, looks like they might be heading back to the middle now. Coach Chris Hansen giving Ryan Rambo some pointers, and Rambo looking to go neutral. I think they feel pretty confident about their the action on their feet as Rambo getting back into this match via takedowns. But
yeah,
John,
Rambo,
with
definitely.
Clements and Adrian Kruger at heavyweight, these Marshfield big men, they have pretty good shot defense, so you can't just go flying in expecting an easy takedown.
Yeah, especially with Clements here, really just forcing the affair. Oh, he's
and
got
Rambo
a hook.
almost stepping over the hits there. Clements with the takedown makes it 9-6. So going neutral, maybe backfiring here.
And if I'm Clements, we've got to get this inside boot out. Rambo too long and strong for Clements to possibly slip.
Zach Peterson does get the win on mat number 3 for the River Falls fans interested. Rambo looking to get his after. We have an okie choke here, and doesn't work out in Clements' favor as he gives up the reversal and 2 near falls. So change of control must have been called pretty quickly in that situation, John, and now it's 10-9 in favor of Ryan Rambo. 55 seconds left. This is almost a must-win for Hudson. Rambo's one of the guys that you're depending on pretty much to get first today.
Yeah, man, this is turning into a shootout big time, and if we're Clements, we just got to find a quick one, try to force OT here, maybe reversal and a ride out. But overall for the junior from Marshfield, again, putting himself in the upset alert seed here, possibly over Ryan Rambo. We'll see how this match comes to a close, but still currently Rambo leading 10-9 with about 28 seconds left on the clock.
Clements going into a quad pod. And Rambo just with a tough ride. With a spiral just to kill a little time right now. 10 seconds left in. Clements, who had Rambo on upset alert, now has 6 seconds, John. Does he have one more big move in him?
Yeah, Clements definitely just needing a flurry here, which can be tough to ask out of the 220s and heavies, but we'll see what type of athleticism he's got in store. And we might see it.
Out. Doesn't get the leg away, though, almost like he was looking for two.
Yeah, and that'll be no loss of control.
Can't switch his way through there, John. And John, I think he had the space, but might have got a little greedy in that situation.
Yeah, Clements just needs to keep going. Just circle out, your hips clear, and get away. In that position, if he just keeps moving, possibly does get that reversal. But overall, what a battle we had there between Clements and Rambo of Hudson. Rambo picking up the eventual 10-9 decision win.
Now here on mat number 2 between Menomonie and River Falls. That's Andrew Schaefer wrestling for the Mustangs, and for River Falls, I'm guessing that's Mr. Lincoln McCarty, the 30-8 now, sophomore. Have to try to update the records from the paper brackets. I don't know why. I think I like looking through the paper brackets more than online. Maybe I'm just getting old. Who knows?
Just quicker. So.
0-0. About 3.5 minutes into that match.
Yeah, nothing but just good, I'm sure good ties in that first period, and a lot of good riding from Schaefer of Menomonie here in the second period, looking to just finish a ride out and maybe even get a quick turn over the River Falls heavyweight in the semifinal. Because the winner of that matchup there will also move on to take on either Adrian Kruger of Marshfield or Micah Butler of Hayward. Another matchup knotted at zeros at heavyweight. So, like I had mentioned, Teague, earlier today, heavyweight's kind of one of those weight classes where we don't know who's totally going to win it. There's not really a standout, but multiple guys over 20-plus wins.
Yeah, John, right now, if you're a fan of vintage heavyweight wrestling, the 4 zeros across the board is where it's at the moment. As we got some blood time here on mat number 2. I think on mat number 1 off screen, I think that's a Concy semi action between Chippewa Falls and Superior.
Yeah, looking like Chi High. Grady Frederick will get the pinfall for those that were watching that Concy semi match.
Closing off the Concy semis there on mat number 1. It's a pin by the Chippewa Falls wrestler. Going to check out mat number 3. It looks like we got a 1-0 now. Got some points on the board here at heavyweight on the championship side. As Lincoln McCarty looked like he got the escape against Schaefer. So we'll check out the last 15 seconds of this period.
Yeah, McCarty doing a good job right now, really just trying to force the affair on Schaefer on the edge as time's expiring here in period 2. I'm assuming Schaefer is going to get the choice here as we enter the third, and he's more than likely going to elect to go down in this situation.
So we'll see if Andrew Schaefer of Menomonie can get the escape to knot things up. And Jason, it's funny that people commenting, I think they're on a 25-second delay. So just reading Jason's mind over here as we made the move over to mat number 2 for this Big Rivers wrestling matchup, John. That's now knotted up 1-1 after the quick escape by Schaefer. Want to thank Jason, who also subscribing to WI Wrestle here on Rockfin. Want to thank him for tuning in to all the action today. We'll keep things here on mat number 2 for now, as got a pretty good match formulating over on mat number 3 as well, which we might see the same scoring formula over there, John.
Yeah, it's like we've got 3 collective points across 2 matchups here at the heavyweight weight class in both what are semifinal matchups looking to advance. Two very contentious matchups too, especially with Menomonie on one mat and Marshfield on the other.
Yeah, both Menomonie and Marshfield looking to pick up their leads on the day. As we'll wait for these matches to finish here. I think we got we might have a couple more coming up. Let's see. Looks like maybe a Hudson heavyweight. It's got to be Ethan
we
Jensen
got a
of
deep
Hudson.
shot from McCarty Teague. Schaefer just a little too sturdy for McCarty to finish that. Does a good job, kind of circling the hips out.
Oh, it was a good shot, John, but kind of a scary one to commit to as well.
Yeah, McCarty definitely the more undersized of the heavyweights on mat number 2 for sure. But showcasing his athleticism for sure in this instance. Great shot attempt from McCarty too.
And, hey, this is where he didn't want to be, as Schaefer now trying to get around McCarty, holding on strong to the leg though. Can he switch off to a double and score here? And not enough time.
And if you're McCarty, again, I think I've said this every time we've commentated, Teague. Those instances, guys, just near end of the period, in on shots, they'll transition from the legs up to the body and ultimately lose all momentum and pressure they have. You know, best thing you can do is stay on the legs.
John, we get some, I guess it's all free wrestling, but we get some free wrestling here, extra wrestling, as we're in sudden victory now. Now 1-1 here between Schaefer and McCarthy. For those of you newer to the sport, first score wins here as McCarty looking to get the takedown, and Schaefer almost jumped into McCarty's legs there, John.
A lot of good scrambling between the heavies here, Teague, on mat 2. 37 seconds to go. We're looking to score. And it looks like Schaefer might have his chin strap in his mouth at the moment.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I make that quick adjustment down there.
Oh, nice low single from McCarty. He's looking to go back door here now.
And Schaefer's holding on to the knee, but not where you want to be. And Lincoln McCarty, John, almost like remember doing those shoot-through drills. Almost looked exactly like that, able to sneak out the back door and gets the win.
Yeah, just caught Schaefer sitting on his heels just a bit, and McCarty, nice and fast and athletic, dove through and capitalized. So for those folks that are still watching, we'll just move the cam over to mat number 3 quick for the remainder of this semifinal matchup at heavyweight. Still real tight, knotted up at 1-1 here with about 37 seconds to go. We might again have some more free wrestling, Teague, here on mat 3 at 285. Micah Butler tied with Adrian Kruger of Marshfield.
Well, John, your prophecy coming true. You talked about heavyweight could be wide open. What's more wide open than 2 potential sudden victory matches?
Stay on the legs, Teague. But yeah, 2 great, just awesome battles between the heavyweights here in the semifinals. Just again, nobody ranked in the weight class coming in, despite 4 or 5 guys all above 25 plus wins or so. Really just putting on a show here.
And Kruger trying a little slide-by attempt to try and get behind Butler, but nothing going, as we'll head into that sudden victory period once again, folks. Next round, I'm guessing they will be taking a little break. We'll figure out the time here while John listens in for that after this match is over. We'll give you some team scores from tournaments around the area, but right now, John, we still got 48 seconds of wrestling on our feet to determine who makes the finals, and a stall call here in the overtime period.
Oh, and we're seeing a little slight head throw attempt from Butler. Got about 30 seconds to go, and it does seem like Kruger is the one being the aggressor and forcing the affair here. Loving all the attempts, push, fake, shot, and ultimately almost capitalizing on 2, exhausting the Hayward Northwood wrestler.
John, love the hand fighting, the shot there by Kruger, just perfectly setting it up. And I think Kruger with a little more in the gas tank right now, but doesn't matter if you don't get the points. As Butler going for a throw here maybe to end the period and gets it, taking Kruger to his back. Looks like he might secure a pinfall as well. And Micah Butler survives the scare against Adrian Kruger. You want to say survives an upset, but John, I think you throw the seeds out the window at this weight. So we'll have Micah Butler versus Lincoln McCarty in the finals. Man, 2 sudden victory matches to close out the semifinal round. Folks, we'll have one of us wait for an announcement here on the PA, but after this round, we'll be heading into the first, third, and fifth place matches. Real quick, team scores. Superior's 8th with 50, Chippewa Falls with 55, New Richmond with 66.5, River Falls is 5th with 96.5. Hayward Northwood has 98. Hudson is 3rd. They scratched their way back into this, John, with 131. Menomonie 2nd with 137.5. Marshfield pushing their lead out. They have 156 points. So, John, looks like this team race is everything we made it out to be. Real quick, other regional. Sparta's 3rd with 94. West Salem Bangor 2nd with 168. Holman's 1st with 201. So I think, John, they're just a matter of just Holman and West Salem Bangor who will finish first there. Looking like Holman, but we'll see. And then looking at some other action here in different divisions in our Northwest region. Oh, I got to update. I'm guessing that's not the same team standings. There we go. 5th place here in the Osceola Regional, Super Regional in Division 2. Tomahawk 5th with 53. Northwestern 4th with 77.5. Amory 3rd with 85. How about Medford area 2nd with 127 right now? And St. Croix Falls is 1st with 138.5, but Medford looking to dethrone the champs and take that 2nd place Super Regional spot. Next Super Regional for Division 2 into that A sectional. We have Regis and Neilsville tied for 4th at 43. Ellsworth 3rd with 73. Baldwin Woodville 2nd with 86. St. Croix Central is 1st with 96.5 right now. So still a lot of wrestling to be had there in a D2 and 3 at the moment. Then looking at the Division 3 Northwest action, a 5th place team, Unity, was 73. Ladysmith with 81.5 is 4th. Clear Lake is 3rd with 114. Phillips is currently 2nd, just ahead of Clear Lake with 118. And Cumberland running away with it at the moment with 150 points. Last Division 3 Super Regional. We have Marathon, who's 5th with 83. Auburndale has slipped from 1st to 4th. They have 97. Glenwood City 3rd with 109. And you talk about team races all throughout the year, before the year, and now we're back at the top with a couple of familiar faces. Stratford 2nd with 109. Cadott currently 1st with 134. Folks, action will start again at 1:15. 1:15 we will be wrestling again. We'll be back on the commentary then as well. Until then, we'll go radio silent for just a few moments here. So if it is quiet, it's not your computer. It's just our end until 1:15. Thank you for tuning in so far, folks, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes. You're muted.
Going, son. It's finals.
All right, folks, if you can hear us, let us know. Thank you, Robin. Yep, we do have that sound back up as the wrestling action is beginning. And folks, welcome back to WI Wrestle's Rockfin page. Here we are in Hayward and Northwood, bringing you the finals action today. Real quick, just announcing we got Hudson's Liam Neitzel versus Marshfield's John Sternweiss as Neitzel's up 2-0. We got a championship match on mat number 2. Third place matches, I believe, on mat number 1, and fifth place matches on mat number 3. Here's the situation: you win your first place match on mat number 2, you're done for the day. If you lose this match, you could still wrestle one more. I guess, John, you can step in here if I don't explain this properly, but there will be no repeat matches between wrestlers today. So, for example, if you lose in the finals and the person you beat in the semis wins, then there will not be a match. You will win by a rule. If the person you beat in the semis loses, then you will have to wrestle another match. Same thing for the third place and fifth place matches. If you lose that third place match and the person you beat in the quarters makes it all the way to that fifth place spot, there will be no wrestle back. You win by rule. You make it to sectionals. If you lose and someone else makes it to that fifth place spot, then there will be a wrestle back to see who is that last sectional qualifier from any given bracket, John.
Yeah, that was a great explanation. Ultimately, the biggest thing to understand is the tournament, every weight class, they're going to wrestle the true first, second, third, and fourth. And unless in the instances of like a rematch between two wrestlers from prior in the day, there won't be wrestlebacks. So keep that in mind. Ideally, if you're one of those guys that's looking to rely on other wrestlers to help punch your ticket, just keep an eye on the brackets, and that'll kind of tell the tale of the tape going forward for a lot of these weight classes.
And we'll keep brackets up here for you as well, let you know if there is certain wrestlebacks for certain weight classes. Fifth place match finish, I believe Eden Henning of New Richmond got the pin over Uriah Bowe at 106 pounds. We will be wrestling concurrently, which means they will wait for every match to finish before moving on to the next weight class. Like I said, we're going to stay focused on the first place action unless there's blood time or a match ends early. John, I think that is all the logistics that we have out of the way. Action that we have on the mat here right now, as we talked about in that first place match, Liam Neitzel of Hudson looking to make a return trip to not only the Kohl Center but the podium.
Yeah, Neitzel up right now, just a swift 6-0 over Sternweiss, and Neitzel's looking for a fall with a real tight cradle. Just can't get his chest back and readjust.
Now trying to post that head out a little bit.
Yeah, Sternweiss doing a real nice job here, just trying to fight off his back, but Neitzel just too lengthy, stepping that over, and he does pick up the pinfall to be your 106-pound regional champion out of the Hayward regional here. So congrats to the Hudson Raider sophomore Liam Neitzel on the win.
And I think in terms of respecting your opponent, you kind of understand what you're going up against when you face Liam Neitzel. Sternweiss giving his coaches, Coach Cody C, a little shrug afterwards. It's like, I did what I can do there, Coach. And we still got one match remaining here at 106 pounds between Bailey Casey of Menomonie and Carter Roach of Hayward and Northwood. So the third place match, John, essentially the fulcrum of determining whether there's going to be wrestlebacks or not with first and fifth. Right now a 0-0 match, so we won't get into that too much right now. We'll explain things after each weight class, but we'll stay focused on the action on the mat. Casey, a 30-7 freshman. Roach, a 32-13 sophomore.
And just another piece of clerical just evidence there, I guess clarification, I guess I want to bring it to the fans' attention, just so you notice. Right now we've got our action happening on mat number 1. Mat number 2 and 3 presently don't have matches on them. What will be happening for each of these rounds, weight class to weight class, they'll be waiting for each of the matches to finish. That way, when we do get to the round following this for wrestlebacks, there isn't any delays in the case of waiting for that 45-minute wait that is required by the WIAA. So,
like we said with Coach Kurt Gerber, I'm sure there'll end up being a heavyweight match that ends up going to a wrestleback. And we'll spend a little time. You can just hear us chatter for a while we wait for the last few matches. As right now we have a blood time here on the third place mat. So Casey, of course, a freshman, will be seeing his brother Brayden on the first place match. Haven't gotten him on camera yet, John, because I believe he had to buy his first round, and then Mr. Brayden Casey doesn't like to spend a lot of time on the mat. Likes to get his quick pins, and did exactly that in the second round.
Yeah, and we've Bailey Casey with a quick reversal here, too, to start the third period, now leading 2-0. Real tight matchup between the freshman from Menomonie and then the sophomore from Hayward.
Yeah, and last year, Carter Roach, sectional qualifier, so looking to make a return trip back to there. Talk about Hayward Northwood. They've kind of fallen back in that team race a little bit with a lot of tough matchups in that semifinal round, as we kind of discussed at the start of the last round. Now, Bailey Casey looking to run an armbar at trying to step over here. But, John, I think the coach happy, just showing that they can hang, making the move from D2 to D1. Not always a fun transition for teams, but Hayward, they can stay ahead of River Falls, finish top 4 here in the team race. That's huge in the regionals up here.
Yeah, and we're actually getting some near fall here too, Teague, on mat 1. Bailey Casey is looking to adjust her possible bonus.
Got 84 of people back on here. I'm guessing just like John and myself, took a little lunch break for the break between wrestling. Maybe, yeah, some could be a potential pinfall here. But Roach must be keeping the shoulder blade up somewhere along the lines.
Yeah, Roach really just trying to force to the edge here. Casey doing a nice job trying to stretch Roach out on his back and get that left shoulder of Roach flat. But just going to have to settle for 3 near fall, but does break this match wide open with a 5-0 lead here as we've got about 20 seconds to go before period 3 expires.
And then, John, we were talking about that team race a little bit. Just update, folks. I know we talked about it at the end before the break, but right now I know a couple of 106 matches input. But Hayward 4th with 98, Menomonie 3rd with 137.5. Hudson is 2nd with 140. Marshfield is 1st with 156, and already one lead change between the Mustangs and the Raiders so far in this final round. With the win by Bailey Casey, I'm sure once we update it, that is going to change almost right away here. As now that Bailey Casey has won, we'll move back to mat 2. I'll explain how things are looking at this 106-pound weight class. So there will not be a wrestleback for a second, John, as Sternweiss and Casey already wrestled in the semifinals. Will be a wrestleback, though, for 4th place as Eden Henning, the 6th seed, wrestled his way back. We'll have Henning versus Roach for 4th, which, not the top 3 guys, but still some of the most intense matches you see, as that determines who makes it to next week and who becomes a spectator.
Yeah, both Henning and Roach, 32 wins on their resume. Going to have to battle for a 4th place, just entrance into the sectional meet.
Oh, John, Hudson looking to grab the lead again here, as over on mat number 1 off camera, Austin Krenz looking to get a quick pin over Sawyer Ray of Hayward. And it does exactly that. Right as I refresh the team score that shows Menomonie has a lead, that's going to flip yet again. But that's a state champ from last year going to work that you're seeing on the mat right now. And Brayden Casey, who's up 2-0. That's against Carter Sturba, the 35-8 sophomore from New Richmond.
Yeah, it's looking like Casey right now has got a secured bar arm with a tight waist locked up, maybe going for a turn, maybe look to get a tilt here just to get some near fall points on the board. He's actually going to go bar half and stack him over the top. Defending state champ looking to add some back points to the board here.
looks like the Casey family pretty well versed in their arm bars, as we saw Bailey looking to run that earlier.
And that is looking pretty tight if Casey can get his left hip down to the mat. Yep.
Must have heard
That's
ya.
going to be tight, yep. Just needs to look to adjust now. That might do it. And that'll do it for the defending state champ at 113 here. Brayton Casey's going to walk away with the regional title out of Hayward at 113 pounds. And Teague, now you can probably take a look at brackets and give us a bit of an idea about wrestlebacks for the folks, too, at 113 pounds now that we've cleared all our matches.
Yeah, so 113, an interesting case, is no consolation matches, a 5-person in a bracket here today. Not a lot of openings, but 3 of them coming at 113. As with the win by Casey, Sturba did beat Kren, so no second-place wrestleback. And Ray did beat Silverado in the first round, so we won't have any wrestlebacks at 113 pounds. Keep in mind, folks, all the wrestlebacks happening at the conclusion of this round, so we won't be seeing that 106-pound fourth-place match until all of these first place or placement matches have been wrestled. But John, now we have a full slate here at 120 pounds. Off screen, looks like we got an early takedown by Mr. Eric Fish of Hayward Northwood over John Whitwam of Menomonie in the 5th place match. Then in the 3rd place match, Austin Schmidkruns of Hudson and Connor Brune of Chippewa Falls are going at it. Brune currently up 2-0. And the 1st place match here, that's Mr. Easton Ledden of Marshfield, who actually giving up an early point, John, to Luke Kamish for reporting late to the mat.
Well, it was actually injury time for being unprepared. I'm pretty sure Ledden has braces is what it was, and did not actually have the guard in place or the protective covering. So, yeah, Kamish with the early 1-0 lead before we actually hit the first whistle. So, but Kamish in a real nice outside lefty attempt. Looking like he's going to get that takedown right away and go 3-0 to start this matchup against Ledden.
Yeah, Kamish last year, New Richmond's Lone State qualifier. Almost did make it to the blood round, so almost placing last year. So you know he has high hopes for this postseason. Ledden this year for the Tigers, just a freshman. But of course, with the wrestling room he has, I think we've kind of seen his record progress throughout the year. It's just slowly gotten better, and it's just made himself a good part of a strong Marshfield lineup right now. His toughest test of the day coming against the sophomore from New Richmond. 2-2 over on mat number 3 in the 5th place match right now. And John, is that another armbar that I might have just missed, or?
Yeah, it looks like Kamish went just, again, reinforced bar here on mat 2. Now just really picking up a ton of back points, looking to blow this match wide open, get a 6-0 lead here in the first period.
Yeah, going to make it at least 6-0, but still going to run heavy on that bar for now. And going to switch up the grip, at least pick up his near fall points, grabbing the wrist now, looking to get some control. Maybe looking for some tilt points there real quick. We get down to 15 seconds left in the first period. John, looks like we must have had a pinfall. Connor Brune of Chippewa Falls picking up the win over Schmidkruns from Hudson. Now a half here from Kamish.
Looking like there won't be any late near fall to close that period out. So Kamish leading 6-0 here as we enter the second, and it'll be Marshfield's choice. He's going to elect to defer it to Kamish, who's going to go bottom to start the second.
I want to thank folks for tuning in. Got 26 on YouTube and 90 on Rockfin, so over 100 folks tuning in for the regional day. Of course, if you can't make it, watching it at home, always the second best option. And a lot of good wrestling here today, John. Looking like this team race shaking out to be everything we hoped it would be.
Yeah, especially for some of these top teams, Teague. Like I know Marshfield, Menomonie, definitely pretty tough in the lighter and middle weights, where Hudson's super deep in those upper weights. So going to be interesting keeping an eye on that team race as the round progresses, and just to see the kind of the general flux of the points, especially those late points adding on for the heavier wrestlers of Hudson. So stay tuned in the team race. Going to be a good one here with our top 3 teams, Marshfield, Menomonie, Hudson.
Well, John, get this. Yeah, so Marshfield now right at 159. Here's the thing, at 113, Kren's got the pin, pushing Hudson ahead of Menomonie, and then with Braden Casey's pin, Menomonie again with the lead. So I'm going to keep track. That's 4 lead changes already between the second and third place teams. 2 weight classes in to this final session as Camish looking to close things out here on mat number 1.
Come on, John.
And John, we'll knock on wood here for the new Richmond sophomore, but since they're rolling right into the next matches after the last match is completed, hypothetically, if Camish were to win this one, there would not be a wrestleback for second place at 120 pounds. Who Camish with an 11-0 lead now, looking to work in a half on the freshman out of Marshfield.
Yeah, and we actually have a close matchup on mat 3, Teagan, between our wrestler from Hayward and our wrestler from Menomonie. Again, could have contention in the case of a 4th place wrestleback, depending on who wins the matchup. But right now, it's looking like the Hayward wrestler is in a nice, comfortable 6-2 lead.
John, you wonder what it takes to be a state champion. Looks like Mr. Braden Casey, fueled by fruit gummy snacks, looks to recharge from his regional championship performance. Looking to grab a couple more tournament titles here as we end the season. Of course, hopefully wrestle with this team on Team Sectional Tuesday as well.
Yeah, and Camish Teague here on mat number 2 has really blown this 120-pound final wide open, now leading 13-0, just 4 minutes and 26 seconds into this matchup.
Yeah, Fish now up 6-2, John. Speaking of Fish, looking like we're going to have some daylight when we leave Hayward High School here today, so we're going to check out that muskie that we've been discussing throughout the day.
Yep, so for anyone tuning into the Wisconsin Wrestler media page, stay tuned for a post about the big muskie coming later on this evening.
Right now, Camish looking to at least work for a tech, just staying relentless on top right now. I think Easton led good tournament today. I think just had the last couple periods just in survival mode at the moment, John, as Camish looking to cast over.
Yeah, and it looks like Camish might actually go transition cradle here. Just pouring it on top. Doesn't look like fun to be underneath the top right of Luke Camish. Our matchup over on mat number 3's gotten a little bit closer to Teague, depending on if the Menomonie wrestler does get this reversal. So now a 6-4 matchup. Fish just barely winning over who I believe it's John Whitwam of Menomonie right now. So Whitwam down 4-6, 28 seconds to go here in the third period. Needs to make some action happen to solidify this win.
Well, yeah, with that Hudson loss, John, Menomonie with a chance to extend their lead a little bit here. As Whitwam going to go with the optional start. Camish does look to secure the pin on mat 2. But, yeah, if Whitwam can go from 6th to 5th, that adds two team points, and every point mattering right now. As now 7-4 in favor of Fish. A stall call against the wrestler of Hayward Northwood, but Fish gets in on a shot right away and takes Whitwam to his back. So it looks like it's Mr. Eric Fish from Hayward Northwood winning his 5th place match. Checking out the bracket now. So no wrestleback at 2nd. Schmidtkuns, who got that pin. Remember that 120-pound quarterfinal match. Pretty good match between Hudson and Hayward Northwood. There will be a no wrestleback, John, for fourth place. So Schmidtkun's locking in a fourth place finish, which oddly enough gives Hudson more team points.
So looking ahead now, 126-pound final. Haven't seen a River Falls wrestler yet on the championship map. We'll have Travis Moulter, the 37-4 junior or senior, taking on Trenton Kirkland, the 42-7 sophomore out of Hayward, who had that super awesome late period duck under to secure his semifinal victory last round. So should be a good one here at 126 pounds as these two battle it out for the regional title.
Yeah, like you said, first River Falls wrestler appearance, but if you are the River Falls fans, got to be feeling pretty good about this one as Moulter, a state qualifier in the past, looking to make his trip back. Kirkland, though, 42-7 on the year, John. So Hayward, you saw they have a slew of guys who qualified for sectionals last year. Now, what does it take to get to that next level? Right now, still 0-0 between Kirkland and Moulter. Third place match on mat number 2. John, you also want to tune into this one. Colin Wolf of Menomonie and Noah Molson of Hudson over on mat 1 for third. We'll stay on the championship action for now, of course. Mat number 3, fifth place match, Jace Kellenhofer of Marshfield. Currently down at 3-2 to Trey Becker of Chippewa Falls. The team score after the last weight finished, Menomonie up by 2.5 points on Hudson. Marshfield sitting at 162 in first.
Yeah, Kirkland with a real nice low single here, but Moulter doing a good job diving to the other side and getting on the ankle, looking to really just scrape and pull his trapped boot out. I love it. And Moulter almost has it, just can't quite get his foot out from underneath. So we're going to go stalemate, get a quick fresh reset here at the center of the mat with about 27 seconds to go.
All right, yeah, we will move back to that championship action. So, hey, Kellenhofer and Becker putting on a pretty good show over on mat number 3. Well, we will move back to that first place match between Moulter and Kirkland as that's 0-0 heading into the second period.
Yeah, for those that have been staying tuned with our championship match at 126 pounds, still zeros between Moulter and Kirkland. Moulter going to start off the second period with a fast escape just within those first 6-7 seconds here. So Kirkland really looking to get some offense going and get some points on the board. Real nice outside shot attempt from Kirkland. Just can't get by the hands defense of Moulter. And now Moulter going to throw some boots, maybe looking to get a turn and extend this 3-0 lead on Kirkland.
And a tough ride right now by the senior out of River Falls. Moulter last year at state losing the first round, 2-1 Luke Camish. Matchup, John, with that new state seeding, one of the first few sectional rematches we got to see in round 1. With a tough ride right now, still up 3-0.
You got about 42 seconds to go here in the second period. And Moulter is just a backpack on Kirkland right now. Just no movement whatsoever for the Hayward wrestler on bottom. Definitely needs to get an escape here by the end of period 2 if he's looking to to climb back into this one and stay within a 1 score.
And Kirkland right now trying to get a hold of that ankle, maybe sneak an arm under. Moulter maybe a little high right now. Not enough time for Kirkland to maybe look for a reversal.
Yeah, and we've got a super tight matchup also, Teague, on mat number 1. Colin Wolf of Menomonie only leading 1-0 over Noah Moulton in that 3rd place matchup at 126.
But start of the 3rd period on both mats 1 and 2 right now. Don't know if we'll be able to get to that 3rd place match, but of course we will keep you updated on the score. As
might
Moulter
see
with
a
the
turn here from Moulter. Looks like he's got like a hip half, looking to set up the cradle. Might get some near fall depending on if he can adjust here, but does have a leg Turk with it as well. Got a couple bit of got 1 swipe here, 1 swipe there, but ultimately no near fall awarded.
And Moulter up 5-0 now on Kirkland as he extends his lead here in the 1st place match.
Yep, and we're still 1s apiece over in the 3rd place matchup. Teague, about 1 minute and 2 seconds to go here.
And John, at 126, Kirkland did beat Moulton in the semifinals. So don't know what's going to happen with that one yet, as we're still waiting the finish over there. Might be able to catch the trail end of that one, which looking like it could be a good one. Moulter must have heard our request to maybe move over to mat 1, as he almost got a pin there on the bar in the half. Now with a 7-0 lead, just asserting his authority on top at the moment.
A lot of great pressure in that 3rd place match from the Hudson wrestler. Moulton just forcing Wolf to the edge of the mat.
And John, with Moulter winning 7-0, we'll move right over to that 3rd place match. Big team point implications, and if you're Colin Wolf, you get a chance to wrestle back for 2nd if you win this one. We got 15 seconds left in the 3rd period, 3rd place match between Colin Wolf and Noah Moulton. You can just tell the atmosphere in this gym getting more intense as this
Moulton
final session goes on.
Can Moulton finish it? He does not, and time will expire here in period 3. So Teague, I think this is our first overtime matchup of the placement rounds thus far. So stay tuned, folks. We've got a good one here at 126 on mat 1. Definitely a battle of 2 wrestlers, similar styles, similar body types and lengths.
And John, just almost a battle of wills once you get the sudden victory. And Wolf in on a shot, kind of stayed up on the body though, as opposed to trying to get down to the leg there.
You've heard me say it before, Teague. Stay on the legs.
Hey, this time is staying in on the leg. Moulton looking to defend it, has a shin whizzer in. We'll see if Wolf can get that leg on a shelf or not. 25 seconds left in the 3rd period. I think Moulton almost just waiting for a stalemate and gets exactly that.
We're going to get a reset here. 20 seconds of just fire in action. Still 1s apiece between Wolf and Moulton. And we do have a last-second attempt here from Moulton. He's on the outside of the shot. Nice re-attack from Wolf. Nice re-attack from Moulton. And he does pick up the 2 as time expires. The buzzer beater takedown. And Teague, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that does eliminate the wrestleback contention for a true 2nd wrestleback here at 126.
So no true 2nd wrestleback. Have our top 3 locked in. Just going to keep it refresh here as John, our 5th lead change between Hudson and Menomonie. If Wolf won, though, I mean, if you're Menomonie, you're feeling pretty confident about this next matchup at 132. As wrestling for the Mustangs is senior Kellen Aury, 32-2 on the year. State runner-up at 132. He's wrestling Bode Gabriel of New Richmond. 3rd place match is between Jonas Longdorf of River Falls and Noah Christensen of Hayward and Northwood. Then a 5th place match, Chase Frederick of Chippewa Falls and Andy Eilertson, the 6'6" junior out of Hudson. So Aury shoots Gabriel off the mat to start off.
Yeah, Aury definitely putting a display of his speed and technical abilities on Bode Gabriel right away, just lightning quick to that outside shot as they went out of bounds.
Gabriel last year, pretty good resume this year, but actually unable to wrestle in the postseason as it looks like his last tournament came at the New Richmond Invite. So probably excited for a chance to wrestle here at regionals this year. Aury with an ankle pick right off the mat.
Taking him onto the basketball court.
Longsdorff looking for a pinning situation over on mat number 1. Still 0-0 here in the early goings of this championship match, John.
I like it. Kellen Aury really just forcing the affair and does force that stall call out of the official against Gabriel. And I believe we got a little bit of blood here on Kellen Aury and Menomonie, so in the meantime, while they get that cleaned up, we'll just kind of flash over to mat number 1 in the 3rd place matchup between Longsdorff and Christensen of Hayward. Currently, like I said, very tight right now, still knotted in at zeros with Longsdorff and Christensen still in the neutral position. Nice attack from Christensen, but better defense from Longsdorff as he's looking to possibly get a score here with that inside leg hook. And we've got action back on mat 2 here now. Blood time's cleaned up, and it's going to lead to a Kellen Aury takedown actually on the edge. So Aury now leading 2-0 over Bode Gabriel of New Richmond. About 55 seconds to go here in the first.
Kellen Aury now with the chance to work on a top at the moment. Early 2-0 lead, but the thing with Aury, it seems like his gas tank almost endless. As the energy you see him bring in the first period, John, almost what he brings all 6 minutes, which is just absolutely impressive.
Yeah, Aury going what looked like a bit of a backyard strangler with the boots in, just going straight lift on the head and shoulder, trying to pry him to his back.
Still got 0-0 on mat 1, 1-0 match over on mat number 3.
Yeah, and we're still zeros apiece over between Longsdorff and Christensen as well, Teague, for 3rd place. Longsdorff in the bottom position to start the second. Looks like Bode Gabriel will get choice, and he's going to defer to Kellen Aury, who's going to go neutral to start the second here.
Right now on mat number 3, Eilertson is up 2-0 in the second period on Frederick. Aury in on another shot, right in on the double. He's going to go up 4-0. Hey, working in the leg Turk, though.
Yeah, Aury's looking for back points. I love it. Keeping that bottom arm trapped, looking to high lift and step the boot in that Turk.
John, we're talking about 130 pounds, the way he was just able to control Gabriel in the air almost. And just speaks to his strength as he takes that 4-0 lead now. Going to go back to work on his feet here. You know, John, a 4-1 match, but one of those matches where you think Gabriel doing what he can to minimize the damage, maybe keep it close in the third.
Yeah, Ari's really starting to blow this one open, though. Just too quick on his feet, too strong. Menomonie corners looking for maybe one more takedown. Yeah, and Ari's going to go hard cut here to the edge and force him out of bounds. Yeah, we're going to go neutral here. Ari leading 6-2, about 55 seconds to go here in the second.
Menomonie coach is thinking maybe, hey, you got your state runner-up out here. Why not take a chance to maybe pick up a bonus activity point in this situation? It's funny, John, you almost see at this juncture people almost wrestling it like a duel at some point.
Yeah. At this point of the tournament, when we got 3 teams all within a certain margin of that regional championship title, you almost do have to treat it like a dual meet. You know, every point counts, bonus points count and matter, and that's the team that pulls away ultimately they're going to be the ones that walk away with some regional titles and individual qualifiers.
Right now we got a 9-0 match on mat number 1 between Longsdorf and Christensen. Mat number 2 between Gabriel and Ari. That's 9-2 now in favor of the senior from Menomonie as we head to the third. 2-2 match at the start of the third period, John, over on the 5th place match between Eilertson and Frederick. Eilertson doing what he can to try and keep a lead here for Hudson heading into 1-38. Kellen Ari, who trying to secure a major and maybe then some here. Could go up by 8 with an escape.
Yeah, I like the confidence from Bodie Gabriel, though, Teague. Choosing the top position against the defending state runner-up is bold, but ultimately kind of results in Ari getting that quick escape about 15 seconds in. And I believe we've got a real close matchup for 5th place over on mat number 3, Teague.
Yeah, Frederick just picked up 2 to go up 4-2. And he's out working a cradle right now. Meanwhile, Kellen Ari putting his offense on display yet again with an 8-point lead. 90 seconds left in the third period. Now up 12-2.
Yeah, Chase Frederick, the Chippewa Falls wrestler, nice tight cradle locked up on Eilertson. Just can't seem to kick it over for some near fall yet.
Well, with the 1-point escape by Gabriel makes it 12-3. So we reset in the middle, 1:05 left here. Remaining in your first place match here at the Hayward Northwood Regional.
Ari with another takedown, now leading 14-3 over Bodie Gabriel, about 50 seconds to go.
And we're going to watch Eilertson try to get a takedown to win the match, but Frederick from Chippewa Falls going to hold on for the 4-3 victory. We'll see if he gets a chance to wrestle for 4th later on.
Yeah.
Zari currently up 14-4.
Shout out to
make that 16-4.
Frederick also too, Teague. He lost round 1 and has wrestled his way back, and I believe might actually get a wrestle back against Noah Christensen of Hayward for a true 4th place matchup at 132 pounds.
So can Frederick win that 3 in a row on the backside to make it to sectionals? We'll find out a little later. As John, quick update on 126. There will be a wrestle back for 4th between Wolf of Menomonie and Kellenhofer of Marshfield. As this match closes out with Ari, we got things figured out. Gabriel did beat Christensen in the semi, so there will be a wrestle back for 2nd, John, and there will be a wrestle back for 4th, as you stated. So still plenty of action left here at 132 pounds. Moving on now to our 138-pound remaining round. or our placement round here, we'll say. Going to have Superior's Connor Krieger and Marshfield's Brett Franklin. John, I think it's safe to say this is one of the marquee individual finals matchups of the day. Both of them with experience at state. Third place match on mat number 1, Riley Steltzner of Hudson and Luke Pember of Menomonie are squaring off. And the fifth place match on mat number 3, John, Xander Neal of Chippewa Falls, a sectional qualifier last year, looking to make his way back. Has to beat Vinny Costabillo of River Falls first in the fifth place match. And wow, off screen, a Luke Pember of Menomonie gets the pin over Riley Steltzner of Hudson. It's the Menomonie crowd. You'd probably almost hear them in the background.
Yeah, huge bonus for Menomonie there in a placement match. Definitely needed in the team race and against a team who's also battling to stay in this team race in Hudson. For those that are watching on mat 2, yeah, we're still zeros between Franklin and Kruger here. Both wrestlers definitely kind of getting a feel for one another. Still in the early goings of this 138-pound final.
Yeah, 1 minute in early in on that one. So third place match ending early over there, and a big for the Mustangs. As I think, John, the name of the game, if you're the Mustangs, you got to try to build a lead before you get to 170 pounds for Hudson.
Franklin doing a good job fending off this attack from Kruger, and honestly turning into an attack of his own now on an outside shot to a possible sweep. And he's going to finish for 2 on Krieger and take the early 2-0 lead. About 25 seconds to go here in the first.
So Kruger looking for a potential cutback opportunity there, but I think Franklin just got that lay a little bit too high for that opportunity to happen. Franklin did qualify for state as a freshman. Last year just missed out on the state tournament. I think he would have made it to state in a lot of other brackets around the state, but that's just the way it shakes out sometimes. Kruger, I know, has made an appearance at the Kohl Center as well. Last year at state, won his first round match and then lost to Brian Winans of Kaukauna and Andrew Weiss of Holman. We're going to head into the second period. Franklin up at 2-0 on Kruger.
Kruger looks for a nice mat return, but Franklin just too much length to try to get a nice lift. So Franklin now to that 3-0 lead early here in the second against Kruger. Franklin again using that length to scoot around the outside, now leading 5-0 on Kruger.
Yeah, John, a match that I thought maybe a little closer at this juncture, but Franklin with a couple of takedowns and an escape now opening up a pretty big lead here.
Yeah, just kind of a clash of styles too, Teague, I think. Like Kruger, very solid, controlled wrestler, and Franklin, as we know, is a bit of a high flyer and likes to have a little bit of fun and gets into some awkward positions. And you add his length on top of that. This is can turn into a mismatch quickly depending on the amount of offense Kruger gets thrown at Franklin.
Well, John, for it's going to be a fleeting moment here, at least for now. Menomonie is now first in the team race. Half a point ahead of Marshfield. Hudson sitting 12 points behind them. 12 points, if you convert that into matches, I'd say that's about two or three matches, depending on bonus point accrual. So if you're Hudson, what are you guys going to do in these middle weights to at least keep themselves in contention until they get to that murderer's row at the top? Brett Franklin with a good ride here to end the period. He's going to go up 5-0 right now. So we got Hudson at 154, Marshfield 166, Menomonie 166.5.
Yeah, Kruger starting the thirds like, we're going to go neutral right away. We're not going to go underneath on Franklin and just try to get rolling on some offense entirely.
Let's see if Kruger can chip his way back in here. With their records on the year, Franklin at 36-8, Kruger 43-3. So there's a possibility the Superior Senior could find his way to the 50-win mark on the year, John.
Yeah, T. Krieger's sitting at 43 wins. A win here would be 44. And then if he hypothetically won out through the sectional tournament, that would put him at 47.
So he's going to have to work to get there for sure.
That would mean, Teague, a regional sectional title and a state tournament finals appearance to reach the 50 mark.
Or a grinder of a consolation performance, too.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you got to give the take.
So Kruger probably just need to make the podium. We'll say that. Assume that statement for him to get to that 50-win mark. As still nothing going here. Kruger having a hard time finding a shot on Franklin at the moment.
Looks like we're going to have just possible short bit of injury time. Looks like Franklin caught a finger to the eye. And we'll get that quick reset now. Franklin just ahead 5-0 on Kruger. Just needs real solid defense here. About 45 seconds to go.
Franklin now in on a front head. Elbow is pretty deep. We'll see if Kruger can maybe find a way to generate some offense from this position, but can really see how Franklin uses his frame to his advantage in these situations. Not many guys can reach inside that leg that far when in a front head position, John, and shows why it's so hard to score on.
Yeah, and honestly, too, that's the fun thing about watching Franklin. It doesn't seem like offensively there's a lot going on, but just it's all in the subtleties of what he does. Just those little tiny, right, just hand blocks, thigh blocks, knee blocks, right, catching the toe on Krieger's shots. You know, just a lot of tiny things that'll just make the difference. And like we said, ultimately, Franklin completely controlled that match and took home that 38-pound title, so.
And John, we're actually going to head over to mat number 3 for the 5th place match. So we'll be able to talk through with some logistics of a wrestlebacks here as we wait for this match between Neal and Costabillo to end. It's 7-5 in favor of Xander Neal right now over on mat number 3. Those of you River Falls and Hayward Northwood fans, a fun little battle for 4th place right now, which 109.5 for Falls, 108 for Hayward and Northwood. Neal, who's now up 8-5 after a quick escape to start the 3rd. Looking to add to Chippewa Falls' point total. After the result by Franklin, guessing that puts Marshfield back up in the team score lead. Real quick update on the Holman regional. Holman with 232, West Salem Bangor with 191, Sparta with 112 points. Theoretically, we could almost start putting together brackets, John, and talking sectional matchups next week, but that might be a little too much clerical work at this juncture in the day. As just so folks understand the sectional brackets next week, if you finish first at this regional, you wrestle whoever finishes the 4th in the other regional, which is over in Holman. If you finish second, you wrestle the 3rd place finisher from the other one. 3rd, you wrestle second. Your 4th here, you wrestle the 1st place winner. So we talk about how each win is definitely big in the long term, and kind of showing why is the more you win here, the better you set yourself up for next week on that individual basis.
Oh yeah, especially in all these placement matchups, they are critical in terms of what your outlook of next week can be, and just in how you prepare for it, depending on matchups, common opponents, and things of the such. Neal is going to pick up that late takedown here, so he's going to extend the lead to 11-7 and really open up the gap on Costabio in this 5th place matchup.
So at 138, there will be a wrestle back for second between Kruger and Pember from Menomonie, who could pick up some more points there. Looks like we got a pinfall over from Costabio. Looked away for 1 second, John, and Costabio puts Neal to his back.
Yeah, Teague, same thing. I took my eye off it to watch Matt, too, to see kind of the preparation of our next finals wrestlers. And, yeah, glance back, and the River Falls wrestler picking up the big win. Costabio over Neal in that 5th place matchup.
Well, John, we preach wrestling for 6 minutes. Maybe we gotta pay attention to the match for 6 minutes as commentators.
Yeah, that's up to you folks as the fans. Get on us here. You know, if we're dozing and changing our perspective on matchups, you get right on us and tell us we've got 6 minutes.
Real quick, John, you could probably guess who's looking for the pinfall on that number 2. That's Hoyt Blaskowski of Marshfield looking to pin Jason Thomas of Superior.
Oh, and we're going right back to our back here, Teague. Thomas did a nice job scooting out, but Blaskowski just too physical and strong on top. Getting to that squealer cradle now, and that might do it. So that'll be Blaz again picking up a pin that we're pretty common and used to saying that phrase here, but Blaskowski, your 145-pound regional champ here up in Hayward.
Yeah, finished 3rd last year at 138, so just looking to take care of business here at regionals today. Career pin number 101. For you dedicated Hudson fans out there, we're actually going to tune into this 5th place match real quick. As I got Hudson and Menomonie wrestling on opposite mats right now, though. John, the conversation's almost shifted to Menomonie and Marshfield for the time being. Blaskowski, though, putting Marshfield back up. It's 182 to 166.5 to 1 at 54. So just laying out the landscape. Watching now on mat number 3, you have Brock Berkey, the 4-1 junior out of Hudson. He's taking on Colton Maves of River Falls. And then Colin Clary of Chippewa Falls and Jacob Anderson Menomonie wrestling in that 3rd place match. It's 0-0 with 22 seconds left. We'll flip back and forth here as the 5th and 3rd place matches are progressing at the same rate at the moment. Match between Clary and Anderson looking to end at the same time. So we'll split a little camera love here between the 2 placement matches. Giving Hoyt Blaskowski ending things early over on mat number 2. So now we'll turn our attention over to mat number 1. Between Clary and Anderson. Anderson, the 19 and 13 freshman. Clary, a 16 and 15 freshman. Got zeros across the board right now as we start the second period on our 3rd and 5th place matches. John, looking at the layout of this 145-pound bracket, Anderson and Berkey did wrestle already in the first round with Anderson winning, so I was looking forward to seeing a potential Hudson Menomonie placement match at the end there for 4th. Could have been for all the marbles, both individually and team-wise. But I don't need to worry about that with Hoyt winning. If Anderson wins this 3rd place match, there will not be a wrestleback for second at 145 pounds, for those of you who are maybe thinking about tuning in for that one at the end.
Yeah, Teague, not a ton of wrestlebacks thus far. Handful here and there from weight to weight, but about halfway through here, we're about to be getting over the hump of this finals matchup, placement matches, and like I had said, not a ton of wrestleback matches so far, but we'll see if the heavier weights have more in store for us in terms of upsets and shaking up the bracket.
And folks, I'm kind of curious. I want to see 91 people watching on Rockfin 33 watching on YouTube. What do we think about the team situation right now? Do we think which team do we think is going to be left out? It's looking like a 3-team race right now. Marshfield pulled ahead a little bit after Franklin and Blaskowski's wins. Who's going to be our top 2 finishers here by the time all is said and done? We'd like to hear the community's thoughts.
Yeah, feel free to throw those predictions in the chat. We'd love to see what those have to say.
It's gonna head to the third period, a 0-0 match still on mat number 1. So a tough ride by Anderson. Now Clary's turn to see if he can maybe look for a ride out.
Yeah, a battle of just 2 evenly matched up freshmen there, Tegan, and that third place matchup. Still 0 is Clary, the 16 and 15 freshman, and Anderson, the 19 and 13 freshman. And again, if you're Menomonie in this team race, you just want to scrape and claw for every point you can get at this point.
Yeah, still 0-0 between Berkey and Maves over on mat number 3. They got a big wrist on the back here by Clary. First point scored over on mat number 3 by Maves. He goes up 1-0 on Berkey. So we're going to stay tuned in here. This third place match just a little bit ahead of the 5th place match time-wise right now.
And we're still scoreless, folks. About 75 seconds to go here. Clary, the Chippewa Falls freshman, still can't quite get some offense on top, but has put together a real nice ride over the freshman Anderson of Menomonie. And Clary's looking to maybe go like a farmer's bar here. Looks like it slipped just a little bit.
Able to slip that arm right through, though, with 50 seconds left. Needs to watch the placement of his hand, and yeah, they'll call potentially dangerous pretty quickly on that one. As they'll reset in the middle, 46 seconds left. We got 1-1 now, John, over on mat number 3. So 2 tie matches, and unfortunately they are on opposite ends of the gym. So I can't exactly zoom out for the 2 mat view with this one.
Yeah, about 60 seconds to go here in that 5th place matchup. Yeah, 1-1 between Maves and Bjerke. 20 seconds to go here in the third between Clary and Anderson.
Oh, quick stand up by Anderson. But Clary, how about the mat return here? And
it looks like Anderson might catch Clary in an awkward position.
Little elevator action there by the freshman. Looking to lock in a cradle, and does get awarded the reversal, so he'll win 2-0. Let's check out the end of the action over here. So Jacob Anderson picking up a huge win as he locks his place in at third. This opens the door, John. If Berkey can win, he could potentially wrestle for 4th place. Still has to get through Maves, though.
Yeah, and Maves already dinged for a stall call just there. Oh, and that is going to be a buzzer beater takedown for Bjerke from Hudson. So Teague, I think if I'm not mistaken, that will solidify a 4th place wrestleback matchup at 145 pounds.
So Berkey with a chance not only to advance individually, but pick up some team points maybe at the very end of this. I think, John, with the way the placements work, basically just a wash there with Anderson and Berkey winning that one at 145. We're going to tune it back in over on mat number 2 as got another Marshfield wrestler here. It's Mr. Caleb Denny. He's taking on Jacob Range of River Falls.
Yeah, Denny, the 36-5 sophomore, and Range, the 34-6 junior. Both near identical records. Should be a nice close matchup here, Teague, between both of these opponents. And just as we get over the hump here, too, taking a look at the team points now, Marshfield still in the lead with 182, Menomonie in second with 171.5, and then Hudson in third with 156. So Menomonie did a nice job over these last several weight classes of kind of just cushioning that gap on Hudson, especially knowing that those upper weights of Hudson are going to be really looking to get bonus.
Well, hey, a head throw over on mat number
wins.
3, John, by Graham Anderson of Hudson versus
tight,
Walker
Teague.
Ferguson of Menomonie. Essentially there, a 4-point swing match for 5th place. Here on mat number 1, Denny's up 2-0 on Jacob Range.
Yeah, looking like Denny might have caught Range in like a leg turk a little bit, but doesn't look like he was able to secure any near fall at all. Yeah, and over on mat number 1, Teague, I believe that was John Krager of Chi High picking up the pinfall over Buckholtz of Hayward, the real exciting freshman we got to watch in the early rounds today.
So we'll find out if Buckholtz will have a 4th place finish here. All depends on the finish over on mat number 3. Right now, Denny still in control, getting the pinfall on mat number 2.
That's huge points for. That's huge team points for Marshfield, especially Teague. Getting that bonus point win, and that's just a slew of Marshfield wins back to back to back here on our championship mat on mat 2.
Yeah,
And
River
guess
Falls
what,
coach
folks?
not too happy about that pinfall, John, but I think one of those situations where you don't leave it up to the discretion of the referee, right?
Yep, darn tootin'. If there's any like ingrained in a stone tablet rules of wrestling, that might be up near the top of the list.
So we got a stall call here, not by the official, but by the Menomonie crew up top. Anderson's up 6-1 now on Ferguson. 1:38 left in the second period. Does have a leg turk in as well. And hey, if you're Anderson, you got to start thinking, how do I build this lead up by 3 more points?
Yeah, if Anderson can really start taking a look at elevating the heel to the ceiling on this leg turk and possibly get even 2 more swipes would be super beneficial in that gap on the scoreboard. So, but it doesn't quite look like Anderson's going to have it in him to kick that over here. About 65 seconds to go in the second period. Still Anderson leading 6-1, our only matchup on the mat for 152 pounds.
So there will be no wrestle back for a second, John. Got a reversal there by Ferguson. Makes things a little more interesting. Now 6-3. Oh, wicked crossface there by Ferguson. Looking to lock up a cradle.
Yeah, the nice reversal from Ferguson here is really critical. If he can hang on and stay in the top position and this period just down 3-6, gonna put himself in, well, and I won't quite jump to say the driver's seat, but we'll say he's in the passenger seat giving some directions at this point, going into the third period, getting that late reversal. So huge for the junior out of Menomonie, and we'll see what happens here in the third.
And it will be Anderson's choice heading into the third period. We'll see if Ferguson can connect on a move up top here. No wrestle back at second, fourth place wrestle back situation, John. If Ferguson gets the win, there will be a wrestle back. If Anderson hangs on, and no wrestle back for fifth place or fourth place. And a quick escape by Anderson makes it 7-3. So saw Ferguson get a nice reversal, but it's what most matches in wrestling come down to, John. Can you get it done on your feet here, and can you get it done multiple times?
Great shot from Ferguson and Menomonie, that low single. He just needs a quick transition, hit that other side, and he is going to capitalize. And we're just down to a one-score match here now. Ferguson down by 2 points. Bit of a poor hard cut there, though, from Ferguson. Gives Anderson a window of opportunity to dive back in on a shot.
Yeah, and John, I don't know if it was a shot or if Anderson might just be in survival mode at this point, maybe trying to hang on. And
yeah, he's moving like he's got cinder blocks tied to his ankles right now, Teague. Ferguson is forcing the affair here.
Gets his hips over, but needs to
never step over the whizzer.
Didn't hook his legs and somehow still gets a takedown to cut the lead to 1. No cut yet, though, so not 9-7 yet, but that reset there got to work in Ferguson's favor. This is, of course, not ever. Both wrestlers know what's going on. They're just going right to neutral. Anderson will be awarded a point. This would be a huge win for Menomonie, a comeback win for Ferguson. Can Anderson hold on? Ferguson in on the leg again. Anderson trying to get it back. Can he find a whizzer? Ferguson with the hold of that arm. Does have the hips covered and is awarded. Anderson doesn't bail out in time, and now Ferguson had an armbar in for a second. Anderson finds Ferguson's head, and is he able to get behind him? Does, and gets a reversal with near fall. So John Anderson gives up a 6-point lead, gets a reversal to take it back, and gets the pin.
Just all around back and forth, folks. And with all that action, I think that does actually eliminate the contention for that wrestle back with Graham Anderson of Hudson picking up the win over Walker Ferguson of Menomonie.
Wow, John. It was just a 4-point swing to like if it was a decision there, but Anderson picking up 2 more points as well with the pinfall. So like you said, no wrestle back there, but even more importantly now, Menomonie 171.5, Hudson 162. As, believe it or not, another Marshfield wrestler out here on the finals match. That's Garrett Williawhite, the senior for the Tigers. He's wrestling Steele Schaefer of Menomonie. Schaefer, who's cousins with heavyweight Andrew Schaefer.
Yeah, T, this is definitely one of those weight classes where I think you and I both kind of expected Garrett Williawhite to kind of come in here and just put on a show for the rest of the fans. Easily being the highest ranked wrestler, highest seeded wrestler in the bracket. He's shown his dominance throughout every round so far. Real nice snap down from Williawhite right away there. Now leading 6-2 with about a minute to go here in the first. Just to keep an eye on other action, we've got a 0-0 matchup in the third place match on mat 1 between Isaiah Essian of Superior and Thade Dreer of River Falls, the freshman. Also on mat number 3, have a close matchup between Sean Harp of Chi High, currently leading 4-1 over Eric Crane, the sophomore of New Richmond.
So yeah, 6 weight classes to go here, John, in the first, third, and fifth place matches. Schaefer beat Dreyer in the semis. So if Dreyer, who's looking to secure a takedown, gets the win. There wouldn't be a wrestle back, assuming Garrett William-White wins the match, who right now has Schaefer in a pretty compromised position. But hey, the 23-16 junior made it to the finals, has punched his ticket to sectionals. Can't ask for much more against a wrestler like William-White. Hudson with no horse in the race anymore at this weight, John, so Menomonie can only basically benefit at this point. But I think Menomonie probably rooting for Dreyer to win his match so they can just lock in that second place finish here. But right now, currently at 2-0 in favor of Dreyer, the 13-11 freshman.
All right, yeah, our fifth place matchup really got blown wide open. Sean Harp leading currently 9-1 over Eric Crane in New Richmond. And just a preview to our final coming up here on mat number 2 at 170. We'll have, again, another Marshfield wrestler in the final of Owen Griesbach, 32-5 sophomore, taking on another sophomore, 35-10 in Dawson Clymer from Hudson. So again, kind of a contentious matchup in the case of team points, and that'll really begin kind of that gauntlet of heavier wrestlers that Hudson will be able to throw into this final round here of placement.
Well, John, I think if there's a match that folks everywhere have to have circled who have any vested interest in this team race, you gotta look at, and we'll start advertising it now, the 220-pound final between Ryan Rambo of Hudson and Cody Kwok of Menomonie. And tough return there over on mat number 1. Almost could have been a 4-point move in those freestyler Greco, and Dreyer looking to pick up a pinfall right now.
Looking like he's got a real nice barbed wire. Oh, and the official might, thought we were going to have a step-down mouth guard, Teague. And that'll do it. Thad Dreyer, the freshman out of New Richmond, with a big pinfall over on mat number 1. And speaking of pinfalls, over on mat number 3, it looked like Eric Crane with the come-behind pinfall over Sean Harp of Chi High. Crane was down 9-3 at one point in that match and got in the dominant position, got the turn, and ultimately ended up with the pinfall.
Well, John, hey, another situation with no wrestle back there for second. Schaefer, even though he loses, does pick up team points just by default moving to second place instead of third place. So team score here going in to 170 pounds. Marshfield now with 200. I think they might have done enough to lock themselves up a spot here. Menomonie with 174.5. Hudson with 162. We got Dawson Clymer of Hudson. Can he find a way to get a win against a sophomore, Owen Griesbach, who, John, we said took a while off for injury, first tournament back for him, and looks to be doing just fine so far.
Yeah, Griesbach has wasted no time at all since that minor injury to just get into offense and scoring in a lot of these matches. Showing that again here in the final, immediately on that shot on the edge against Clymer of Hudson.
As we got some blood time, going to head over to the third place match. Just a real quick here on mat number 1. Between Arenada and Thompson. Thompson taking Arenada to his back.
Oh, he's looking for a pinfall here too, Teague. Depending on how he can adjust on top, he might be able to maintain a position to get the pin, but it looks like Aranda might be able to get the roll through and get back to a safe restart.
Back to the action on mat number 2. Still 0-0 here as looking like a little drag off there between Griesbach and Clymer, with Griesbach ending out with control, going up 2-0 with 1:10 left in the first period. Marshfield, I mean, John, it's one of those teams you don't want to insult like the little or the big guys because they have a well-balanced team, but just the strength of their weights from 38 to 70, it's the hammers that you need to do well in these bigger tournaments.
Yeah, and especially when you start talking like team momentum of a final, when you're rolling weight class to weight class and your head coach doesn't have to stand up from his already warm seat. Yeah, that is hard to beat a team that can offer that especially the medaling rounds.
It's like Griesbach looking for a double bar and might have it locked up. Plenty of time to work with it too. So he's looking to step over.
Oh, and that is a tight double bar Teague. He might get the pinfall, and he does. Owen Griesbach, the sophomore Marshfield, with the pinfall in 1:36 here over Clymer of Hudson. Both tough wrestlers, and just flashing back to our form from earlier, both ranked in the top 10 in Division I here. Griesbach was number 4 and Clymer was number 9, so props to Owen Griesbach, the top 10 win and also a top 10 pinfall for him in the state. So congratulations to the sophomore out of Marshfield.
John thought I was going crazy here in my own voice for a second. Just got a little Marshfield wrestler rewatching the action at the moment. So even got people that made it to the tournament today watching the action right now.
Live. I love it.
YouTube. So, John, with Clymer beating Thompson in the semis, if Thompson wins, as he's currently up 6-3, there will not be a wrestle back into that position. So, Hudson, even with that loss by Clymer, basically a wash for them at this weight. But, man, Menomonie, I think, was it 138 was that pretty big win that we saw. You know, it's funny how we talk about all these, like, top-ranked wrestlers here, and it ends up being just a few of those matches between the guys that aren't all-stars that seem to be making all the difference now.
Yeah, and that's where we kind of see the championship team out of the regional start to form in these late rounds, especially as we see the team scores sift their way out. You know, the teams that are especially deep and have those guys, you know, they might not be in the first place or even the third place match, but getting into those wrestlebacks, getting an opportunity to wrestle for a true third or a true fourth, and just punch their ticket on to sectionals. You know, it's those guys and a lot of them that kind of make up the components of these really high quality teams.
Well, John, I mean, you look at it, maybe Exhibit A almost from all time is Kaukauna last year. The team state champions were losing going into that last round. End up beating Neenah by 10, and it was from the guys that had to win those fourth place and second place matches. Think that they were 10 points away from not even getting a chance to compete for a state title.
Yeah, exactly. So it just kind of comes down to matchups, and like obviously we're in a team tournament setting right now, but as we get to team sectionals next week too, we'll be obviously flipping to that dual format, which for a lot of teams like the Hudsons, I know, definitely more like equipped at a tough dual setting than a tournament setting. It's just a matter of getting that through this top two and then advancing on. But that's always one of my favorite parts too, Teague, is just, you know, especially with the format, having the Division I tournament offer two teams now, we get to see what I think is the true representation at the sectional, and who moves on will be at least a fair go at it for the state meet.
Real quick, John, just a couple comments from our folks listening at home. Caleb Thompson wondering if Zach Peterson has wrestled yet, and Zach Peterson, who at 195, will be up in a couple of weight classes, which is going to be pretty shortly here as we're in the third period. Our 170-pound matches, we'll have 182 after this, and then 195 pounds. And then got to have a pretty happy viewer right now is Catherine Helen saying, go Brady, who Brady Thompson currently up 11-3 in that third place match. We're on mat number 3, the fifth place match. That's Ephraim Holmes of Chippewa Falls up 5-0 on a Devin Surla of Superior.
And actually, it looks like we might have a quick reversal from Surla. Only going to be down 5-3 now. I believe he might have had a bit of a last, like, end of the period score, like transition part of the match score over on mat number 3. So what we'll do here quick, as we've got about 30 seconds to go on mat 3, I'm just going to direct the attention over there. Just so we watch the last 20 seconds here, as we've got Surla looking to close the match and score a final 2 on Holmes to try to force some overtime. And it looks like if Surla can get his hips up here, he might get a 2. Oh, and just kind of a little late going to the hips.
And John, how about Brady Thompson getting a pin to pick up a couple extra bonus points for Menomonie as we head into 182 pounds. John, I only looked at the Rockfin comments for a second, but we got Smith's Fishing Outdoors, who on YouTube do think Marshfield and Menomonie are going to make it to Team Sectionals. Hudson just saying losing a couple, I think he's referring to the quarterfinals especially, losing a couple of matches to Chippewa and Hayward early on. Those are matches that, you know, we kind of hyped up to start, and now you look back on it, and could those be the difference makers? But I guess we'll see here if you're Hudson, Ethan Winkleman, to get you back on the winning track. It's a pretty good start here on mat number 2. Winkleman, now the 41-4 junior, taking on a Mason Seidel of a Marshfield. Seidel, a 21-15 junior. On a mat number 1.
Yeah, and this is really the start of that row of real tough wrestlers for Hudson Teague, going obviously from Winkleman up to 195, where we'll see Draveling, and then up to 220, where we'll see Ryan Rambo, the number 8 ranked wrestler. So just 3 back-to-back ranked guys in the top 8 for Hudson here, these next 3 matchups. And then obviously the only other ranked wrestlers from either Marshfield or Menomonie, the teams in the team race right now, is Cody Quack at 220 of Menomonie. So if I am Hudson, we need bonus, and we need to catch big wins here.
There's the potential bonus, but looks like Winkleman's knees must have went up, so they called out of bounds. Still up 2-0 though.
Yeah, just quick recap. Looks like Menomonie currently leading Hudson by about 16.5 points. So these next 3 weight classes, and then the handful of wrestlebacks will be really critical in the deciding of this team race for who gets second place. Ideally, it's looking like Marshfield might be in a comfy space to walk out of here with the regional title.
Over on, I don't know if we went through the wrestleback situation for 170 pounds as Winkleman looks for a pin here against Seidel. Just powering over at Seidel, and pinfall there for a Winkleman. John, that's 4 placement points and 2 activity points, so picking up a quick 6 there for Hudson. They'll currently be down 10 to Menomonie. At 170, there will be a 4th place match between Holmes of Chippewa and Aranda of Hayward Northwood. Not a lot of whole 2nd place wrestlebacks.
I just checked too, Teague, and there may have been a handful of late additional points added on, but now just quick update following that matchup at the 182-pound final. Marshfield currently leading with 209, Menomonie with 181.5, and now Hudson, following that big pinfall from Winkleman, Hudson's only down 174 to 181.5, so really just a 6 or 7.5 point gap. Hudson is behind Menomonie here as we get into 2 more big matches, especially the 220 matchup, which will be a head-to-head between Menomonie and Hudson to see who
tune
will
into this
move on.
Menomonie match here as Currently at 2-0 right now between Milky and Shepard. Shepard, the 22-9 freshman, looking to potentially wrestle back for second. Do have a pinfall over on mat number 3. Looks like Menomonie of Hayward Northwood going to be wrestling, potentially wrestling for 5th. And we'll see Menomonie lost to Seidel. So, yeah, Menomonie going to be wrestling for 5th no matter what, with Seidel making it to the finals. And then with Milky and Shepard, Shepard having lost to Seidel, John, can only can finish 3rd here. But, hey, you'll take a win at this point if you're a Menomonie. Like you brought up before, if he can just minimize the damage here against what Hudson could inevitably do, and then leave it up to Cody Kwok just get the job done against Ryan Rambo, who, hey, we almost saw James Clements do it against Ryan Rambo.
Yeah, Teague, I have an itching feeling that this is going to come boiling down to the final matches, even in wrestlebacks, to decide who is going to be getting out of here and moving on to the team sectional on Tuesday at Eau Claire North. And
we might have some time, depending on if we get wrestlebacks at these upper weights, just a little break time to talk about implications of certain matches. So we'll just see how things play out here as Shepard has a 4-0 lead now. 15 seconds left in the second period. Got the Zach Peterson fans out there. He's currently getting ready to wrestle on mat 2.
So taking place on mat 1 right now, as we were kind of flashing the cam around, it's a 4-0 lead right now for Bryce Shepard of Menomonie over Caleb Milky of River Falls. We're neutral here to start the 3rd period.
It's a 150 left now. Shepard looking to hold on to the lead. Milky just looking to secure a spot here. Like we said, either one of these guys loses, they're going to have to wrestle for 4th place, which you talk about potential momentum advantage for whoever loses going into that match. And Shepard, a nice defense there. Milky holding on to the leg.
Yeah, Shepard, the freshman, up at 182, doing a real nice job here, just looking to punch his ticket onto the sectional invite next week.
Does have the leg hooked right now.
That should be 2 based on the rules also.
Yeah, especially with that grip broken now too. Now a Shepard going right to an armbar.
And if I'm Menomonie, I got to be looking for bonus here as much as I can, especially like I had said earlier, just to help cushion the blow of these next 2 weight classes, especially at 95 and 220.
Does have the bar in the half at the moment. Slips out though, and hey, could still get that major decision too. Just with the pace of this match, John, it's one of those, I think if you're the Menomonie coaches, you just hope for a turn in this situation. I don't think you want to take things back to your feet necessarily. As Shepard looking to try anything right now, and
he's looking to go for a major Teague.
He's close, gonna need to make small adjustments.
And that might do it. I think we're just over that 45-degree line, but time is expiring. I don't know if we're gonna get a count here for the major. So I believe Bryce Shepard will pick up the just decision win over Caleb Milky, the senior of River Falls. Shepard will win 6-0 in that matchup and advance on to the sectional. So Teague, what does that look like for a second place wrestleback for the Menomonie?
So since Seidel beat Shepard in the semis, there will be no wrestleback for second. But if you're Caleb Milky from River Falls, you gotta win one more. And it's going to be against Landon Menomonie of Hayward Northwood for that 195 wrestleback, probably, or 182 wrestleback, I should say. Probably getting to the point, John, where we might see a little bit of wait time here at the conclusion of the heavyweight matches. But John, up next here at 195 pounds. Championship action on mat number 2, 19-3 senior Zach Peterson, squaring off against 36-7 senior Ben Draveling from Hudson, and Peterson in on a quick single leg. Draveling trying to defend it, and Peterson just a little slide-by action there.
Yeah, did a real nice job trying to get to the edge, but Draveling just too good on that counter attempt, and ultimately, even better defense from Peterson on the counter. We're still scoreless here, about 30 seconds in between Draveling and Peterson.
Team score right now, Menomonie up 12.5, so getting into must-win territory for Hudson, especially as over on mat 1, off-screen, Ben Helminski was looking for a quick pin over D'Angelo Sardina of Hayward Northwood.
And Menomonie is looking for bonus over there, but so is Hudson right now.
Oh, double pinning situations on mat 1 and 2.
Same move.
Draveling looking to prevent Peterson from rolling an arm through. Can he hold on? John, almost need a snapshot of this.
And Draveling needs to get his hips back down flat.
Is Zach Peterson able to completely roll through? Otherwise, he's in a pretty compromised position.
Ben Helminski of Menomonie picks up the pinfall in that third place matchup on mat 1. But Ben Draveling of Hudson sadly is not able to. So now he's just leading 5-0 over Peterson of River Falls. Peterson's definitely going to need something big to try to reel his way back into this one.
John, a little too late to grab a picture, but like you brought out, 2 pinning situations, same exact spot. Zach Peterson just able to fight out of that one. And if Draveling gets the win over Peterson, we will see a wrestle back at 195 pounds. Draveling working an armbar right now and gonna head to the second period. The 5-0 lead over Zach Peterson, but I think now, John, it's almost getting into territory where you gotta have bonus points if you're Hudson.
Yeah, Hudson's really going to be relying on bonus points here, bonus points in the next match, and then a slew of losses from other teams as well that could possibly shift up the placement points and put a handful of teams in some different positions to maybe move up.
So Draveling with the reversal makes it 7-0 now. He goes back to work on top. We know what's coming up next here at 220, John, between Kwok and Rambo. Then just the situation at heavyweight real quick. Andrew Schaefer of Menomonie will be wrestling Adrian Kruger of Marshfield, and Ethan Jensen of Hudson. Oh, that'll be for the third place match. And then Ethan Jensen of Hudson and Kyle Turner of New Richmond getting after it in the fifth place match. Nice crossface there by Draveling. See, still holding on to a 7-0 lead. Think he might have that cross arm, John, looking for a barbed wire. And Peterson.
Nice roll through there from Peterson.
Risky roll, but I think he happened to hit it at the perfect time.
Yeah, just kind of rolled through with the pressure teague to try to evade going to a bad spot with that barbed wire. Yeah, now Draveling look to maybe even go for a cradle. Peterson's just hanging on to that near leg as long as he can to to kind of fend off any attacks. He's got the leg hook. I believe that should be 2, regardless of the hand being locked.
And we're going to head to the third. Ben Draveling up 7-1. John, no bonus points to be had at the moment here for a wrestler out of Hudson. Zach Peterson, hey, give him props. I don't think many wrestlers fight through that pinning situation in the first period. The River Falls senior comes in as the 1 seed, looking to prove his worth here right now. Ben Draveling just seems to be on a mission to win, but also pin too.
A quick reset here. Peterson just needs to find anything big he can, get him back in this match. 5-point move, takedown turn, cutting a takedown. Really just needs to get on the horse to get scoring, to get really back into this one. Because it has been the Draveling show this entire match thus far. Nice little headlock attempt from Peterson, but we'll go out of bounds again. Fresh reset.
Now 1:17 left now, and Peterson with the go behind on Draveling makes it 7-3, going to go right back to work on his feet now, down 8-3, and Draveling back in. High C it to a double.
And he's got the legs split, so this could turn into possible near fall too, Teague, depending on how Draveling adjusts.
I got Mr. Paul Riordan. Paul, I want to thank you for tuning in. In regards to Caleb and Kyle's match, we'll see what we can do. We are going to stay tuned in on the championship matches just until they are to completion. So if we can make it over to Caleb and Kyle's match, we'll see. But this would require either blood time or an early finish from the first place matches as well.
So about 30 seconds to go here left in the third period. Draveling out to a comfortable 10-3 lead over Peterson. Draveling definitely got to be looking to get some bonus if they're going to be clawing back into this race with Menomonie. Whether that's in the form of a stalling point, a turn. Draveling just really needs some type of bonus for his Raiders team.
Well, John, I saw the Go Tigers at the end. I thought, I'm like, those guys aren't from Marshfield. I realized Hyman and Turner's newer Richmond wrestlers.
More than one team of Tigers here, folks.
And Draveling picks up the 10-3 victory.
And one of the finals that we've been waiting for, Teague, is upon us at 220 pounds. Ranked wrestlers Cody Kwok, currently ranked number 10 in the state at 220 pounds, be taking on number 8 Ryan Rambo of Hudson, who we saw get into that scare earlier in the semifinals round.
Well, John, Menomonie with 193.5, Hudson with 181. If you're Cody Kwok, you're looking to put things away for the Mustangs. If you're Ryan Rambo, it's just looking to keep your team alive for at least one more round. Got the third place match between Brady Gottwald of Hayward and Northwood and James Clements of Marshfield. Clements just looking for a quick pin over there. We will talk. I know we got folks tuned in for the New Richmond wrestlers. So off screen, you do have Caleb Hyman of New Richmond and Grady Frederick of Chippewa Falls going at it. Cody Kwok over on mat number 2 has a cradle on Ryan Rambo, looking to roll through.
And he tried to roll through, and he gets
it. Able to bring back Rambo. John, this would probably put the tournament away.
If Kwok can settle.
Has the arm trap too, and Cody Kwok. He might have just closed out the tournament for the Menomonie Mustangs. Getting the pin of the senior. The team going crazy, the fans going crazy. And talk about a story, John. Cody Kwok, who gets injured after sectionals last year, comes in and beats a state-ranked opponent, probably sends his team to Team Sectionals. What a way to finish out a day like this. We might still have some wrestlebacks here, but John, maybe Mr. Cody Kwok, also a new Richmond fan, able to tune in here for Paul and the football gang as Caleb Hyman currently knotted up 0-0 with Grady Frederick of Chippewa Falls.
Just electricity from Cody Kwok, feeling the love from the Menomonie section over in the far side of the gym. Got to be pretty special for him and his team, because I believe, too, Teague, that is a huge nail in Hudson's coffin, I would imagine, even with some wrestleback matches to come after these finals. So props to Cody Kwok for lighting off the fireworks tonight, folks.
Man, and you could just tell, I think, everyone understanding the implications of that one. And John, you just think of all the matches that led up to that moment, and man, what a finish. But hey, we still got a few matches left here. So we're heading into the second period right now of this fifth place matchup.
Yeah, and just to get an official time on it, Teague, they haven't posted it yet, but Cody Kwok might have honestly spent less than a minute on the mat today.
The 31-second pin.
Then that was just in the semis, because Kwok went by first round, 31-second pin in the second round. Still waiting on a refresh here at 2:20 to see what the official seconds were on that. We'll get that to you here in a moment once Track Wrestling does give us a bit more of information. But in the meantime, stay tuned on mat number 3 for that fifth place matchup, I believe, at 2:20 between our wrestlers.
So still 2-0 in favor of Hyman right now, but Frederick with the escape makes it 2-1. I want to thank again Paul and the New Richmond gang for tuning in. Got to be feeling pumped. New Richmond, the Tigers of the New Richmond variety, getting a few wrestlers through to sectionals today. We got Carter Sturba, who finished second. Luke Camish, who was first. Bodie Gabriel finished third. And then, of course, Hyman and Turner still looking to win a couple of matches to place top 4 here.
Real nice shot from Frederick on that left side outside single on Hyman from the New Richmond. And if I'm Frederick, we've got to be looking to elevate that leg, but just could not under the pressure of Hyman's hips. Now Hyman working out to the side, looking to go 2-on-1, maybe switch to a baseball grip on the back. And time will expire here in period 2 shortly. Right now, again, as we were saying, Caleb Hyman leading right now 4-1 over the senior of Chippewa Falls.
Yeah, John, looking, I don't even think we had time to go over 195-pound implications here. So just real quick as we enter the third period of this 2:20 match, will be a wrestleback between Zach Peterson of River Falls and Ben Helminski of Menomonie. And a fourth-place wrestleback also at 195 pounds. So we'll be sitting tight there and be talking some wrestling from around the other regionals as well as we all wait for those wrestlebacks. I'm guessing it will not be 45 minutes for these next 2 weight classes. So
no, and we've got a good chunk of time here, too, because I know we'll be obviously wrestling through some of the earlier wrestlebacks from the lighter weight classes. So I think we'll actually be able to transition pretty smoothly out of this round into the next round, depending on the actual true count of those wrestlebacks and really what the timeline will be from the last wrestleback from when they had previously wrestled. So with keeping that in mind, I'll always provide some updates as we know more info.
Yeah, just checking at 195. Guessing that end around like 255, we'll say. So begin the match there around 340. Still plenty of daylight left too, which we'd like to see. Hyman up 6-1, 47 seconds left. Tough ride right now here for the new Richmond junior. Bradery Frederick, 12 and 15 senior, looking to give himself one more match here. Needs to fight up here from Caleb first.
Yeah, only about 29 seconds left in this bout. Hyman up comfortably by 5. With Frederick getting near to his feet here. Oh, and he doesn't quite get it. I was going to say he could possibly go big, look for some 5, and potentially take the lead, but it's looking like Hyman, as time is expiring here, will wrap this up and ultimately finish with the 5th place win at 220 pounds.
John, seeing a new Richmond and conference affiliation, I think we brought up earlier, we were listing all the teams and which conferences they were in. Of course, Superior kind of flip-flopping depending on the sport. And we forgot to mention New Richmond. They're repping the Middle Border Conference, right?
No, they actually, they used to be, and then over this last year, they officially transitioned into the Big Rivers for all sports. So New Richmond is part of the Big Rivers Conference and has been for the last 2 seasons, I believe, or 3 seasons. I'm losing track of time as I'm getting old, folks. But regardless, the Tigers in New Richmond are a part of the Big Rivers, having moved from the Middle Border Conference.
And John, after Caleb Hyman picks up the victory there, just checking the situation for wrestlebacks. The action we have at 285, it's Lincoln McCarty of River Falls squaring off against Micah Butler of Hayward and Northwood. Butler, the 31-7, a sophomore. McCarty, the 31-8 sophomore. So about as even as it gets here, John.
Yeah, and McCarty, I believe, is the one we saw in that, or not McCarty, Butler is the one we saw in that real tight matchup at 285 in the semis. Real exciting matchup at the end of that previous round. Also have a real good matchup, yeah, on mat 1 2-teague with Schaefer and Kruger in that 3rd place match. So all 3 of the teams really in the race, or in the team race, having wrestlers in the placement matches. Hudson's looking for a pinfall over on mat 3 right now. Looking like Ethan Jensen
Mr.
Ethan Jensen. Yeah, locking up the headlock on junior Kyle Turner in New Richmond. Looking like he's going to pick up the pinfall, and he does.
So Jensen still with a chance to stay alive. Hey, McCarty in on a shot right now here, looking to switch off to 2. And good defense there by Butler. Got Coach Mackey here, just mouth and stay on the legs. Just hey, there's one good rule in wrestling, John. That's it, right?
Yeah, there's no other good ones. Just stay on the legs. You'll do fine.
Real quick here at 220, or we'll wait for this first period to end as the 2 heavyweight sophomores who already clinched a spot to sectionals. Like we said, John, just looking to get a more favorable position at this point.
Yeah, no kidding. As we mentioned earlier, if you win the regional, obviously your first draw next week will be whoever just squeaked by their regional, right, and finished 4th. So definitely advantageous to catch the win here. Because there have been instances where that guy that gets 3rd in a regional is still extremely tough, and that can pair with possibly a runner-up of a weaker regional and makes for a real competitive sectional. So all these matches count today because they pay off towards what next week can look like.
Well, John, Ethan Jensen picks up the victory. With that victory, I should say, so there's no wrestle back at 220. Everything's locked in there. And then here at 285 after Jensen's pinfall. Hudson down 14.5 points. And I know we talked about the wrestlebacks at each specific weight. As nice job by Butler just powering through McCarty. McCarty did get an escape, but Butler now up 2-1. I just don't think there's enough points in the wrestlebacks for Hudson to make the comeback necessarily.
Yeah, especially with the only real changes coming in the form of flip-flops and placement points, and then obviously the occasional bonus mixed in there. There aren't real big ways to score large chunks to reclaim that gap that was lost to Menomonie, especially over those middle weights and then into the later rounds where Menomonie had some guys in the backside just getting it done for them.
Right now, over on, speaking of Menomonie, it's a 1-0 match right now for Adrian Kruger of Marshfield over Andrew Schaefer of Menomonie. With that fifth place match finishing, if Ethan Jensen winning, if Schaefer loses this match, there will be no fourth place match. And then, of course, still got to see what goes on with this first place match to determine how the wrestlebacks could potentially go here at heavyweight. If there is a wrestleback, John, then we will get the timer started.
So, Teague, I'm sorry. I was kind of got my eyes caught into just thinking. What was that? What are the contentions, at least, for the matchups here in wrestle?
So all we know for sure right now with the conclusion of the fifth place match is since Schaefer beat Jensen in the first round, if he loses, there's no fourth place match. If Kruger loses, there would be a fourth place match. We don't know yet what the second place match implications would be.
Handful of matchups that might need to occur, but that's the fun of it.
Blood time that looks to be finishing up right now. Lincoln McCarty among many. I got to see River Falls in their first round football game this year, and a lot of football players making that transition over to the mat. Looking at the rest of the team scoring here, we know our top three. River Falls is fourth with 123.5. Hayward fifth with 118. New Richmond sixth with 90. Chippewa Falls seventh with 73. Good mat return there by Butler with 34 seconds left in the second period. Superior sitting at eighth with 53 points.
Yeah, and we've also got an even matchup on mat number one, Teague. We're 1-1 with Schaefer and Kruger currently. We're neutral right now with Kruger in a nice collar tie, just working to fight inside, maybe go slide by. But ultimately, real tight matchup on mat number one in period 3 of that 285-pound third place match. And we actually have a stall call and a point awarded. Looks like that's 1 point green, so Kruger's going to go up 2-1 now on Schaefer of Menomonie. Now Schaefer really looking to kind of force the affair there, having taken a few steps in the reverse direction. The official dinged him for stalling. Looking back to mat 2.
Yeah, start of the third. It's 3-1 right now for Butler, and we are starting neutral. Little blast double attempt there by McCarty. And able to get behind Butler. Can he get a mat return on the big man, though? And there goes the contact points. That'll be 2 points for McCarty. Knotting things up 3-3 here. The coaches letting them know, let's go neutral here. Try to secure one more takedown. Got a 2-1 match on mat number 1. We'll talk off screen here about this commentary, but
Schaefer down by a point with 10 to go. He needs to move and score. It's a nice attempt. Real nice second attempt, but Kruger just too athletic. Picking up the win, and I believe that'll mean potential opportunity for a wrestleback round at 285. We'll find out here, depending on what happens in our final with about a minute to go. Butler's still leading 4-3.
Yeah, for Kruger to wrestle back, I believe he did lose to Butler in that semifinal match. So would need Butler to win this one here Remember, these heavyweight semis might have been the most exciting set of semis, John, as Butler won 3-1 in sudden victory. McCarty winning 3-1 in sudden victory. Looking to still finish a match in dramatic fashion here as Butler's up 4-3, looking to get a go behind, but McCarty holding on to the leg for now.
Yeah, we've got about 32 seconds to go. It's looking like McCarty just using his athleticism and strength, hanging on to a hamstring or anything he can get to evade the score from McCarty or from Butler.
Butler holding on to the ankle, just now plowing through the River Falls sophomore. And John, since Butler held on for the victory, we've been calling it all day. Going to have our heavyweight wrestle back at about 4 o'clock between McCarty and Kruger. So we got a few matches between then. I kind of lost track of the action since then. I know we got a few lower weight wrestlebacks. Just running through just real quick here while we wait for the wrestlebacks to start. Teresa commenting on Rockfin, saying that Cody's injury last year, he's actually coming back from volunteering at the youth wrestling room. So just commenting on Cody Kwok, just kind of the heart that he has and how good of a kid he is. So I guess if you are a Mustang fan, couldn't ask for a much better person to seal the win there. Team scores here after heavyweight, just the top 3. Hayward jumps back ahead of River Falls. Hudson third with 188. Menomonie second with 204.5. Marshfield first with 230. And we're just going to wait for the dashboard to update here as we do begin our wrestleback rounds. I can check out brackets here and do a little quick research. Will be a 4th place match at 106 between Carter Roach of Hayward and North and Eden Henning of New Richmond. 113, no wrestlebacks. 120. No wrestlebacks. 4th place match at 126 between Colin Wolf of Menomonie and Jace Kellenhofer of Marshfield. That's going to be on mat 2. Do have action starting on mat number 1, though. That is between Roach and Henning. Rolling through as that action gets started for 106. 132-pound 4th place match between Noah Christensen of Hayward Northwood and Chase Frederick of Chippewa Falls. 138 4th place match and a 2nd place match. That 2nd place match going to be between Kruger of Superior and Pember of Menomonie. The 4th place match, Stelzner of Hudson, Costabillo of River Falls. 145, Berkey of Hudson and Clary of Chippewa Falls. Yeah, looks like we got a takedown here at 106 pounds, John. Henning getting the first points here in our wrestleback, including our final round. So about 50 minutes of wrestling to go, folks. Thank you once again for tuning in. I'm Teague Fenwick. John Mackey joining me for the call today here on WIAA Wrestle and the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast YouTube.
Yeah, and Henning Teague locking up a cradle, it looks like, on Roach right away. Both of these guys, 32-win wrestlers apiece. And one of them is not going to be moving on to the sectional meet next weekend. So depending on what Henning's able to do here with this cradle and how the rest of this match transpires, one of these really good wrestlers is not going to be seeing sectionals, and their season will be coming to an end shortly here.
Yeah, John, just kind of how the brackets ended up working out now that I look at it, but no, that'll just happen when you have 4 pretty good kids. It'll just happen that way sometimes as Henning does secure the pin. So he will advance to sectionals, joining Liam Neitzel, John Sternweiss, and Bailey Casey. Now on mat number 2, it's Jace Kellenhofer of Marshfield and Colin Wolf of Menomonie. Wolf's currently up 4-1 at the moment after the takedown. I was looking, continuing through here for the folks that want to watch their wrestlebacks of those who they're rooting for. You have Crane of New Richmond and Estienne of Superior. Estienne 18-22, Crane 11-16. Fourth place match at 170. Got Ephraim Holmes of Chippewa Falls. He'll be taking on Anthony Aranda of Hayward Northwood. 82, Landon Montney of Hayward Northwood going against Caleb Milkey of River Falls. 95, D'Angelo Sardina of Hayward Northwood and Eli Colby of Marshfield. 220 and nothing going on there. And then, of course, at heavyweight, that second place wrestleback between Adrian Kruger and Lincoln and McCarty. Well, John, Hayward Northwood getting off to a pretty good first round. I think kind of took their lumps in the semis, and just with the way the placement round shook out with the home crowd, I guess you got to be here to clean up anyways. Why not have about 4 or 5 wrestleback matches to keep entertained as well?
Yeah, and having talked with Coach Kurt Gerber of Hayward, obviously, too, he was just happy to see, his guys in here fighting and putting themselves in a position to advance the next week, especially given the move from D2 to D1 and all the unexpecteds that come with that. His Hayward team performing just fine here, and this hosted D1 sectional up in Hayward. Yeah, right now, too, just over on mat number 1, Bodie Gabriel currently leading 2-0 over Jonas Longsdorf of River Falls. Longsdorf, the sophomore, Gabriel, the senior.
Wolf's still up 4-1 on mat 2. I think they're just going to keep the action on 2 mats, John, given the nature. Not too many wrestlebacks, and I think they're on the same page as us where, you'd rather watch some wrestling than just have that little dead period between matches. Leaves more folks in the stands, too, for that heavyweight. And Kellenhofer was down 4-1 and taking Wolf to his back. No near fall called. And now 3-4 here midway through the second period. Kellenhofer, so you got the junior Tiger looking to take out the senior from Menomonie. Looking for another cradle. I think just kind of whiffed on the head there. That'll be a reversal for Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf now the 6-3 lead on Kellenhofer. And it looks like Wolf might look to go some inside leg tilt here. I don't even know what he's really looking for entirely. Uh-oh. Yeah, so for those that are still tuned in, too, just taking a look at some of the next matchups that we'll have taking place on the next few mats. I believe they'll just be keeping all the action restricted to this mats 1 and 2 for now and leaving mat 3 available and open, just so we're not moving along too quickly. But so far, other than the matches on the mat currently, coming up on mat 1, we'll have Bodie Gabriel of New Richmond, who will take on Jonas Longsdorf in that second place matchup. And then we'll also have Connor Kruger taking on Luke Pember of Menomonie, following that at 138 pounds. And then over on mat 2, following the current matchup, we'll see Chase Frederick of Chi High taking on Noah Christensen of Hayward Northwood, followed by Vinny Costabillo of River Falls taking on Stelzner of Hudson. So plenty of good wrestleback action up ahead.
John, Kelnhofer had Wolf in some trouble here, but now Wolf building that lead back up. Now, looks like he might not have got near fall there, and still gonna have an 8-3 lead. Actually,
he's right. It looks like there's a
stall
little
against Wolf. I thought Wolf was looking to take Kelnhofer to his back there, John. You want to explain that out?
Yeah, so it looks like Menomonie a little frustrated with the official, and rightfully so. That's one of those instances too, like Menomonie being in the offensive position in a pinning combo, regardless of if he's turning it or not, it is a pinning combination, and that 99.9% of the time is not dinged for stalling. Again, ideally just kind of would like to see that called a little bit more consistently with our officiating staff, but regardless, Wolf's still out in the lead 8-3 over Kelnhofer of Marshfield.
We got Jason Hornke asking to see both mats, which I guess we can go to the 2 mat view. Guessing we do have a River Falls wrestler on mat number 1 here. As right now it looks like that is we got River Falls versus Newer Richmond at the moment. Bo Gabriel currently up 5-0 on Jonas Longsdorf. Good call there by Jason. I guess now we're down to just mats 1 and 2. Don't have to worry about that 3rd mat. Well, if we get action out of bounds, Wolf does get the victory on mat number 2.
Yeah, so coming up here on mat number 2 now at 132 pounds, we'll see, I believe it's Frederick from Chippewa Falls taking on Christensen of Hayward, Northwood. At 132 pounds, looking to solidify that 4th place finish and advance on to the sectional meet next week at Eau Claire North High School.
That match just getting started there at 132. Looks like we got double 132 action at the moment.
Yeah, mine shows the same thing. It still has this 106-pound matchup for some reason.
And I think the track dashboard just taking a little bit to update here on our end, but we got a list of the upcoming bouts here, so we'll keep things. Well, again, just keep things on both mats. If someone goes out of bounds one way or another, we got some blood time here. We'll keep the action going. Sorry, not blood time. The match just ending over on mat number 1. Bo Gabriel does get the victory. So Bo Gabriel finishing 2nd. Jonas Longsdorf from River Falls finishing 3rd on the day.
Yeah, and coming up here now on mat number 1, we'll have Connor Kruger, the 1 seed, battling it out, I think, in a true second wrestle back between him and Luke Pember, the freshman from Menomonie. 13-5 coming in here to the regional meet.
Right now, Noah Christensen of Hayward Northwood building up to a quick 4-1 lead over on mat number 2.
Pember going to work right away on that front head. And a chase down, a takedown almost on the edge against Kruger.
Now Christensen looking to get a pin on mat number 2. Fourth place match. Frederick just fighting to keep himself alive here. Now 6-1 in favor of Christensen.
Yep, and we're still we're 2-0 or 2-1 now between Kruger and Pember over on mat 1. Kruger up just 2-1 now. We're still neutral here in the first, about 1 minute and 20 to go.
Hey, John, right now only at 132 and already 3:30, so only 30 minutes away from that heavyweight match. So Kruger taking Pember to his back, looking to scoop the head, has a minute to work with. And Kruger losing a tough one. Had a hard time seeing him losing 2 matches here today. Pember, hey, still fighting here. But Connor Kruger, he had that locked in pretty tight, John. And Connor Kruger finishing second. Luke Pember finishing a third on the day. Christensen up 6-1 at the moment. And the new match now on mat number 1. Looking like Chippewa Falls versus Hudson matchup. Guessing is that looks like it might be at 145 between Brock Bierke of Hudson and Clary of Chippewa Falls. Christensen looking for a pin on mat number 2 over Frederick.
Yeah, Christensen just needing to adjust, especially with Frederick with the uncradled leg, still just doing a good job of keeping his hip off the mat and ultimately keeping that shoulder up.
Yeah, Christensen going to go up 11-1 now.
Got a battle of BRC teams over on mat number 1 in this wrestle back between what I believe is Bierke of Hudson and Colin Clary of Chippewa Falls, looking to battle for that true 4th place finish at 145 pounds.
.20 seconds left on mat number 2 in the second period. Match just getting started over on mat number 1. Just running through. I know we still got a few matches left to be determined, but Superior with a couple of sectional qualifiers on the day, and Kruger and Thomas. I believe Isaiah Essen still gets a chance to wrestle at 160 pounds. For it, Chippewa Falls, Connor Bruin has for sure locked his ticket in. Jonathan Krager making it, so the Cardinals with a couple of automatic sectional qualifiers, we'll say. New Richmond with 4 sectional qualifiers at the top of their lineup from 106 through 132. And I believe Caleb, they still have a chance somewhere at the top as well, but for sure have 4 there. Got the crowd getting pretty into it as Frederick's going to work on top, trying to get a turn on Christensen, down 11-1. River Falls only bringing 11, but still either looking to finish 5th or 4th on the day. No, Vinny Castabillo can still make it. So you got 1, 2, 3, got 6 automatic qualifiers for River Falls, with I think a couple more chances to get a few more in there. Hayward and Northwood with 4 automatic qualifiers, but John, as we talked about, a slew of 4th place wrestlebacks for them. Then looking at these top 3 teams, as we still have a 0-0 match heading into the second period on mat 1. And Christensen fending off that attack on the bottom from Frederick. Well, I'll wait for the conclusion of this one here to see if Frederick can maybe get a turn.
Looks like we might see our first score over here after, oh, we get a stalling point first, actually. Chippewa Falls couldn't quite get the return, and Hudson got the stalling point.
Chippewa Falls fans not too thrilled about that, but didn't really see a mat return, so or an attempt at one.
Yeah, I think a
that
justifiable second stalling call there here in the second period.
Up next, John, on mat number 2, you got Vinny Castabillo of River Falls. Hey, another big Rivers matchup here is Castabillo taking on Riley Stelzner of Hudson.
Yeah, Stelzner being the senior here, definitely looking to try to extend his career another week. Picking up the win here would solidify that against Castabillo.
And a quick takedown by Castabillo against Stelzner.
Yeah, Castabillo in really nice on that high C shot, and looking to put Stelzner in danger on his back.
There's the takedown, so now it should be I was going to get some near fall swipes there. I think if a takedown called earlier, then we maybe see those swipes in that situation.
Yeah, so Castabillo now up just 2-0 over Stelzner.
He's got action at the edge of the mat, so moving over quick here. Want to thank you folks for tuning in still. We still got 22 on YouTube and 54 on Rockfin, who, as the day slows down, that's still love to see you folks tuning in for the tail end of this action. As 2 fourth-place matches right now to determine who makes it to sectional weekend and who will be going home.
Yeah, Stelzner too got the escape there just shortly ago. Now down to 2-1, but Castabillo just tough defense on or defending the attack from Stelzner. Getting Stelzner fully extended, attacking the lock, prying off the thighs. Castabillo doing a real nice job, just looking to pick up a win over a BRC opponent.
This period's going to come to an end. I got a 4-1 match now on mat number 1 as things getting down to the nitty-gritty.
And we see another pair of 2 from Castabillo at the very end of regulation of period 1. The Chippewa Falls section really calling for some stalling on the Hudson wrestler, apparently currently leading 4-1. We've got a swift 59 seconds that'll breeze by here, I'm sure, in this 145 fourth place wrestleback.
Yeah, we'll see if I can just lean over this way a little bit as Castabillo now opening up a 6-1 lead over on mat number 2.
Clary of Chi High in on a shot now.
I think almost able to find the head, trying to get his hips over, John. 25 seconds left.
And we've got 18 left on the clock. Bjerke just defending it as well as he can. And we'll go stalemate, 10 seconds to go on the clock. Bjerke up 4-2 over Clary still.
And looks like it'll be a 4-2 victory for Berkey over Clary as Castavio holds on strong to a 6-2 lead. Still looking for a stall call after the match, which I don't know what happens in that situation. But we'll just keep talking about the sectional qualifiers here. I'll run through Hudson's laundry list as we got Hudson bringing 9 qualifiers for sure. I think that was before that match result was recorded, so it might be in double digits. Menomonie with 12 sectional qualifiers. And the 3 champs, just a well-rounded performance to get them through to team sectionals on a Tuesday. And then Marshfield with 10 qualifiers for sure. So Marshfield not the most amount of qualifiers, John, but I think just showing how important it is to A, if you have a slew of champions, and B, if you can pick up activity points like it's nobody's business, that can help you quite a bit in the long run.
Yeah, bonus matters. So.
And got another matchup here. Might be a little break in the action.
I don't know how. That'll be another 2 for Castavio, going up 8-3 over Stelzner of Hudson.
Yeah, we'll keep things on the mat here with Castavio and Stelzner for now. As might be getting into a break time here quick, John. Which I know we know for sure we have a match at 4 o'clock.
And I guess I'd have to look, Teague, but do we have any wrestlebacks here between 138 and obviously I know we've got some at 285 we'll have one, but
well, we got a slew. So after this one finishes at 138, I got nothing at 52. We got one at 60, 70, 82, 95. There's a couple. And then heavyweight. So we might be at the point with 60 pounds. It could be pretty close to that weight time. So it might actually be pretty well staggered out until then.
Yeah, just checking back at the brackets. It looks like we've got about 7 matchups to go here in terms of wrestlebacks throughout all the weight classes. So, yeah, for those tuning in live at home, you know, there might be that slight delay period in between a handful of matches, but feel free to stay tuned and pop in and out to catch any of these remaining 7 matches as our teams close out today and look to advance as many as they can on to the sectional meet next week at Eau Claire North.
Well, and just so you know, the action's still going. We'll keep talking. We'll find a way to pass the time here as got plenty of other results to talk about. So let's say the team results stay locked in for now. As Menomonie holds on to a 16.5-point lead. Marshfield finishes first. Menomonie finishes second. Nice job to Castavio as he finishes fourth to make his way to sectionals next weekend. Over in the other regional, Holman up 283 to 240 on against West Salem Bangor.
Did they qualify everybody, Teague?
So just real quick here. Yeah, sorry, just a little befuddled by that score. But also they're doing podium presentations. We won't be announcing them. Folks, if you'd rather hear podium presentations than wrestling talk, we can tune in for that. Let's get our community in on this one. Got Catherine, Helen tuning in. Jason, great job with one camera. Jason, you've been in on the whole production today, Jason. Like you've been watching the whole day, and we appreciate it. We're trying to get it set up here, kind of combined with what Jake and Native started, where there is one camera for every map. But if you want to follow the scramble cam with commentary, that's kind of what we'll have set up here. So then, if we happen to not be commentating on someone's match, we'll still you'll still be able to watch that one. Catherine, no problem. Thank you for tuning in as well. Folks, as they show the podium presentation, you really won't be able to hear the PA announcer. So If you want to grab a picture or a screenshot, you are more than welcome to. Right now, the team sectional picture looking like it's going to be a Marshfield versus West Salem Bangor. The Tigers versus the Catbirds. And then you have the Vikings Holman versus Menomonie. The Vikings versus the Mustangs there. And Holman versus Menomonie, couple good battles back in the early 2010s. And I think it's one of those deals that Holman may be the slight favorites on paper, but I think there's a path for Menomonie to find 7 victories, John. And if you can find 7 victories, I know you're away from the mic right now, so I don't know why I'll act like John's here. But
I'm back.
Yeah, he is back. So
I was gonna pop away for a quick break while we tune in for some awards. But Teague, if you want to keep rambling on some of these contentious matchups for next week, by all means.
Well, I'm a good rambler. That's what I was born for. I know Mr. William White over here wants to listen to me ramble a little more, so I'll keep her rolling. As looking at the D2 super regional action, man, this one pretty interesting here as they head into the final round. Spooner Webster 5th with 89, Northwestern 4th with 130, Amory sitting at 3rd place behind Medford. Amory with 166, Medford with 187, and St. Croix Falls in 1st with 206 points. Looks like Amory with their full lineup could pick up some big points with some championship performances, but wow, pretty impressive nonetheless by Medford. We knew they had a well-rounded team, but we'll see if they can hold on here. 19 points, as we've learned today, not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. The other super regional from the Northwest. Just taking a look here. Other regional we got, still on the same regional. Okay, Neilsville, Greenwood, Loyal regional. Looks like a couple of teams have pulled ahead here as Neilsville, Greenwood, Loyal's 5th with 120. Ellsworth 4th with 137. Regis Altoona 3rd with 157. St. Croix Central 2nd with 182.5. And Baldwin Woodville winning with 194. So 25 points, a little more decisive here in this one, as I think they're starting their final session over there as well. Hey, making pretty good time here, though. Those D2 and D3 super regionals are with just more teams in the regional and fuller brackets. And D3 regional action, or super regional action in Cumberland. First of all, Unity 5th with 135, Ladysmith 4th with 188.5, Phillips 3rd with 201, Clear Lake 2nd with 206. Cumberland is first right now with 254.5. So with the home mat advantage, looks like it's working out in their favor. Real quick, to the D2 matchups right now, if they were to end the way right now, it'd be St. Croix Falls versus St. Croix Central and Baldwin Woodville versus Medford. And how about this last D3 super regional, just updating on the scores. Glenwood City taking the lead over Stratford. So Auburndale's 5th with 158, Marathon 4th with 176.5, Cadott 3rd with 209, Stratford 2nd with 217, Glenwood City 1st with 220.5. Cadott, I think, viewed as a team sectional favorite at the start of the year, at least by the podcast. Currently outside the picture right now in terms of making it. So if those stand pat, you'd have Stratford versus Cumberland, Clear Lake versus Glenwood City. Folks, that's the setup right now. I think they're going to finish the podium presentations here from 106 to 145. I'll be back on in a couple of minutes here as we'll continue our wrestlebacks or our placement matches from 152 to heavyweight. right, action getting started here after the 145-pound presentation on mat number 1, looking like a superior newer Richmond matchup here. That is Eric Crane of New Richmond, the 11-16 sophomore. Isaiah Essen of Superior. Crane currently up 2-1 after the early takedown. Next year at 170 pounds, Ephraim Holmes of Chippewa Falls, 6-17 sophomore. He's going against Anthony Aranda of Hayward, Northwood. So a couple of fourth place matches here to start off the second half of the Wrestlebacks, which the Hayward Northwood crew timing this out perfectly. Instead of having the awkward wait time, run a few of the placement matches, do half of the podium presentation, to get right back into the wrestling on 2 mats. So it's now a 4-1 in favor of Essen on mat number 1. Sorry, in favor of Crane. Holmes and Aranda. Aranda currently up 2-1 at the moment. I want to thank those of you still tuned in. As we are down to, I can do a quick count for you here, including the action we have on the mat. We got a 6-3 match right now, but Eschen, who is down 3, gets a takedown and looking for a pin, trying to scoop the head. Crane had the lead and now just fighting to make it to the next period. And Isaiah Eschen gets a pin after being down 3. He will finish 4th at 160 pounds. And he will be advancing to wrestle in the sectional tournament next weekend. So Aranda and Holmes currently 2-1. New match starting here on mat number 1. So we are going to keep the action on both mats. It's River Falls versus Hayward Northwood matchup as the Hurricanes with a slew of wrestlers going at it for 4th. Yeah, Landon Menomonie for the Hurricanes, Caleb Milkey for the Wildcats. And Ephraim Holmes gets a takedown to go up 3-2 now. .132 left in the second period. Still no score. Of course, there's still no score. There's only been 15 seconds of wrestling over on mat number 1. Looks like you do have a little blood time there on mat number 2. So on the second half of our wrestleback round here, I'd say for a pretty full brackets today, ending at around 4:30. Very well-run turn by Hayward Northwood. Now these two matches here at 160 and 170, or sorry, I think, 170 and 182 now. After these matches, you got a second and a fourth place match at 195, and then closing out with the big boys. So 5 matches left here. Been a great regional day, folks. A lot of action. Environment-wise, now that the team race decided, a little bit emotionally on the come down, but still a lot of individual placements left to be decided. While Holmes holds on to a 3-2 lead, we still have a 0-0 match between Menomonie and Milky. Just looking at the talent you guys will be seeing from the other regional. So the lacrosse wrestling team bring in 3 wrestlers for sure. Eau Claire Memorial with 5 qualifiers. Onalaska Luther bring in 3 qualifiers. Eau Claire North of the Huskies hitting that triple-digit mark. Well, do a quick count here. With 5 for sure qualifiers. Don't know where they're at in the tournament process. Then top 4 teams, Toma, bringing 7 qualifiers for sure. Moving on to Sparta, who's sitting in 3rd. Also bringing 7 qualifiers. And then West Salem, Bangor, and Holman with the points they put up. So at the finish of their wrestlebacks right now. West Salem, Bangor with 13 qualifiers. And I want to guess Holman with 283 points, probably at 14. One wrestler who did not make it, 13 of 14, but you see a lot of ones in there. So if you finish 4th at this regional today, probably just assume you're going to be facing a Holman wrestler in the first round at sectionals or a West Salem wrestler.
Yeah, definitely a 2-horse race all the way through over at the Holman regional for sure. If you weren't Holman or West Salem, you're just clawing to get as many guys through. But yeah, Teague, just looking at the clock here now, I believe we should be able to wrestle the remainder of these wrestlebacks all the way through, which will be real nice and exciting for the fans still tuned in at home. Over on mat 1, the 182-pound wrestleback, just a 1-0 match. And then obviously here on mat 2, real tight matchup between Aranda of Hayward and then also Holmes Chippewa Falls. And actually, it's looking like Aranda's going to opt to cut Holmes from Chippewa Falls right away. So we're going to go 5-5 matchup here, start the 3rd period with 2 minutes to go. And Aranda's going to kind of hit the go behind, but doesn't score on the edge. We're still neutral. Nice outside attack from Aranda. So Aranda now, he's gotten in on 2 real nice deep attempts, just hasn't quite gotten to an opportunity to capitalize on them. So we're still 5s with about 80 seconds to go here. And we finally see a shot from Holmes. It's pretty deep as we're near the edge, and it's looking like he's going to finish that for 2.
Now the 2 called.
So Holmes does pick it up, now leading 7-5. Aranda's going to need to look to possibly get a reversal or get a quick escape and get on the attack again.
We'll see Aranda looking to find the escape. Now Holmes trying to throw a leg in. Aranda keeping a good base. Holmes still trying to hold on to the ankle here and able to drop to a leg.
And Holmes needs to be careful to not get dinged. Getting his chest up was huge there. So a quick reset. Aranda down 5-7 with 27 seconds to go here in the third period.
Got a 2-0 match over on at number 1. Oh, that's Milky holding on with a 1-point lead. And it looks like Caleb Milky of River Falls. Looking like he'll hold on for the victory, getting another qualifier for the Wildcats. And a quick stand up there by Aranda again. Holmes dropping to a leg.
And we might
Aranda
see a
looking
quick
to power
reversal.
over. Does get behind him and a reversal called.
With just 15 to go on the clock. So if I'm Aranda, we just need a ride out. And Holmes, you just need an escape. But it's looking like we might see some extra minute of wrestling here. And we will have no change of control, 7-7 as the period expires, and we will go OT.
And here we go. First, the takedown wins.
Nice
As
double
Aranda
attempt.
in on a quick double, gave up the lead and gets it right back, getting the 2 and
He might
maybe the
adjust.
fall as well.
Which in the race between Hayward and River Falls for fourth, the bonus is helpful. But regardless, Anthony Aranda picking up the win, 9-7 in overtime over the sophomore Frayne Holmes of Chippewa Falls. So expect to see Aranda, the sophomore, advancing on to the sectional meet this next weekend.
So over on mat number 1, that's 1:95. Got another, I think we're ending the Hayward Northwood run here. That's D'Angelo Sardina taking on Eli Colby of Marshfield. Colby, the 7-6 senior, currently with a 2-1 lead. On mat number 2, Zach Peterson of River Falls and Ben Elminski are wrestling for second place. And then after this one, John, we are closing it off with our heavies.
And lucky enough, Teague, I saw the sun still shining out there. So as we were just eclipsing the 4 o'clock mark, I think, as this tournament comes to a close, your guys' favorite commentators of Northwest Wisconsin will be able to pop over by the Muskie and get a nice viewing of the Clearwater Fishing Hall of Fame Museum.
Yeah, I think it's the freshwater. I think it's the same. It's clear salt, so you're right in that sense.
I'm not a fisher, folks.
Colby looking to pick up the pin here on mat number 1.
And he will.
I like
do
that.
so.
Favorite commentators in the Northwest. Maybe by default, but you know what? We'll take it.
Or bias, whatever you want to say.
Don't know if there's another commentary crew up here, but if there is, hopefully we're making good competition for them.
Yeah, and just kind of taking a peek over on Matt.
Colby gets the pin quick, John, as he will finish 4th here, and now closing off the day with 2 second-place matches. Right now, Peterson up 2-0 on Helminski. And ending with the Marshfield River Falls matchup, the Team Sectionals matchup last year, John, in this sectional.
Yeah, so Teague, I believe, too, in this matchup here, will end up having Looks like, yeah, we'll have Adrian Kruger taking the line against the River Falls wrestler, Lincoln McCarty, in this battle for second place, true second. Both wrestlers over 30 wins now on the season, so this will be a good one to end the day for sure. So just kind of glancing back at Mat 2 now, Peterson taking the lead just 2-0 over Helminski. Peterson got choice on the flip in the second. He will elect to go down to start the second period. So Peterson up 2-0 here as we kick off period number 2. And we're still scoreless as well over on Mat 1 between McCarty and Kruger. Kruger, the Marshfield senior, looking to really solidify a good place within the seeding, obviously, within the sectional next week. Second place, he'll end up drawing a third place finisher, and if he gets third, he'll end up drawing the second place finisher. So pretty big difference in the case of who you draw next week at the sectional based on these matchups happening here live.
Yeah, sectionals. Eau Claire North actually sweeping the sectional hosting sweepstakes. So they got team sectionals next Tuesday. Individual sectionals will be next Saturday. Which we're looking to, folks, maybe just get a camera set up on all of the mats there, which would be ideal. That would be on WI Wrestle again as well. So Peterson holding on to a 5-0 lead. Still 2-0 over on mat number 1 as we have some blood time.
And it might actually be injury time, Teague, over on mat 1. So for the River Falls wrestler, he definitely needs to, and the coaching staff, needs to be conscious of that ticking timer. They're going to cut it off, so he'll have a remainder of 1:10 on that injury clock in the case he needs it. But right now it's looking like he's going to just default out to that third place finish. And the champion over at 285 for second will be Adrian Kruger, the senior out of Marshfield, who will be the second place finisher and ultimately will draw that third place finisher next week at the sectional. So for those tuning in, I believe this is our last
putting
matchup.
Peterson in a little bit of danger here. Peterson, if he's able to get his hip to the mat, would be huge for him, and no score at the end of the second. Peterson showing off the hip strength a little bit.
Yeah, so Peterson's still up 5-0 over Helminski. Real nice low fake to high to low attack. Got it on that low single, and Peterson's looking to score now.
Peterson, a Challenge Series finalist last year, and now looking to make some postseason noise on the varsity side. Going to be some good battles here in this sectional, John, next weekend.
And the official needs to keep a close eye on these bigger guys in this strange position, especially when you got bodies folding over knees and ankles.
Well, I was trying to figure out what the blue was for a second there, John. Turned out it was Peterson's shoe.
Yeah, and Helminski doing a real nice job actually just forcing the affair here, trying to make Peterson kind of go into the action and maybe possibly force a stall warning.
Peterson in on another shot here.
We'll go stalemate again, reset. About 57 left in our entire regional tournament here at Teague.
Peterson in on a low single again, just shooting right off the whistle.
And honestly, good for Peterson here in just his case of match management. You know, he's safe from stalling, he's safe from getting shot in on if he can get to the leg and hang on for at least a decent amount of time here. Just slowly whittling this clock at the third period down to what is nothings eventually here. As we're just getting underneath 40 seconds, Peterson's going to need to look to really just circle, defend, keep his butt to center. And if I'm Helminski, we got to go feet to back and possibly look for either the pinfall or just a feet to back for 3 near fall to even force OT.
And stall call against Peterson. Just a warning, makes no point difference. Just for second here, but could make a difference for who wrestles who next week. So Helminski did have the body lock, and Peterson almost baiting for the head throw. And things getting a little contentious, just understandably so in the late part of this match. So I think just a matter of just keeping your distance here and hoping things stay civil. Peterson just going to hang out in on that low shot one more time, and Zach Peterson from River Falls will finish second. And folks, that will conclude the live action today. Had 40 folks tuned in until the very end on Rockfin, 22 on our YouTube. Love to see you with the support. Thank you, folks, for tuning in today. Signing off for my co-host John Mackey and myself. Have a good night.